Good afternoon, everybody. How are you all doing today? I hope you're having a wonderful start to your Monday. I am eepy, as normal. I had a doctor's appointment today, and I had to wake up at like 8. But I gotta take a nap, but I'm like, as you can tell, still very eepy. My Spotify's too loud. My music was too loud, huh? My bad. There you go. There we go. Let me take my meds really quick before we change scenes. But yeah, I hope you all are having a wonderful, wonderful Monday. We got some scripting to do. A little bit less since Kiwi, the wonderful Kiwi Goblin Books, is helping us out now with some of our scripts. And then we have a commission to do. So we need to get that squared away. But I am excited for today since we are back in it to win it. Hello, welcome on in. Hi Vex. Also hi to everyone. EJ Skyblaster, Rainer, Mew, and Sheppy. Welcome on in. Good afternoon. Oh shit. Head paps. All the paps. How you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. We're gonna get into it. I got a key for paranormal cleanup. They're very interested in. Essentially, you go into places and you can clean up, and it's gonna be very scary. But that's what we're probably gonna do a little bit later today. Probably not at the start of today, but we will definitely be doing that today. I'm excited. I hope you guys slept well, had a good weekend. If you had anything interesting that you did over the weekend, let me know how it went. Oh, yeah, okay, cool. Good, but I feel like Bambi the first time they went on ice because I forgot my non-slips. Oh my god, I hope you're okay. Oh, this is wrong. It feels like something's moving. I hope you are okay. You should be careful. Honestly, I did not believe in the power of non-slip until I worked at AMC, and I wore non-slip shoes and I forgot them one day, and I was like, I just fucking felt like I broke my ankle that day. I didn't, but it fucking felt like I was about to. Also, apparently today is Robin Williams' birthday, so we'll be happy birthday, Robin Williams. Done. I'm good. I'm a mission girl, so I haven't fulfilled. I'm glad. I don't want you getting hurt. So the last thing we need is you getting hurt in the water in Berlin. The water wash you in. I did work on this weekend. I worked on a bit more of the scene, our background scene, and I think it's coming out pretty fucking great. I'm actually really happy with how it's coming along. I still have to add some props to it. I have to add the camera and some special like VFX to it for like a little halo glow for what do you call it? For the string lights, but looking pretty peaked, guys. I'm very happy. So I need to do a little bit of organization for stuff because okay, yes, no, I have ideas. My brain is functioning slowly but surely. Okay, so we have to do a club clips today, or like just pick one at least. I might edit it depending. Number 11. And then I want to do a new VTuber trend, which is face tracking. It's this face tracking trend. I actually don't know if it's a trend. Don't worry, I worked like 2 years as a dishy with non-slip. I will probably just do a damn. Sheesh. Yeah, Badowski did this one. It's like it's a VTuber facial rigging test. And it doesn't look like a lot of people did it yet. And which is understandable because I think the other one was a bit more like Ooh, because it was more of the whole model. But Doski did this one, and I like it a lot. And it's just like them. It's like closing your eyes, winking, puffing your cheeks, happy face, angry face, and like I don't know what our special move will be. I kind of showed off my special move, which is Wormhead. You know, fucking. So I really don't know what our special move will be. Maybe smug face. Maybe we could do like smug face. I don't know. I was thinking about doing it though. Let's listen to the DJ because I don't want to listen to my like songs right now. Okay, it gave us sleep token first. The big eyes. Oh, you mean what? Wait, can I do? Maybe we can do both. Maybe we could do like. Maybe we could do like a. Hold on. Maybe we could do like both. You know. Both at the same time. I think that could be fun. But yeah, that's just something I'll have to think about. Because we'll probably record that today. Facial rigging. Will I cry into the baseline? Wear me out like Prada. Did I already record Envy's thing? Cause last week I had the concern, or 2 weeks ago I had the concern about one of the episodes because I did not know whether we were going to bump it over. It looks like we didn't, so that's fine. I just gotta check that off. Okay. B-stars is already done. Get romance. Walk beside me till you feel nothing. I am supposed to DM someone about something. And I don't remember what. My cat is jumping up on something. Do you guys want to see something exciting? Oh, kitty, do not do that. Cat, get down. 129, sorry. This one. Hold on, my cat is on my shelf that I don't want to be on. I don't have a stick. All our sticks are in the living room. Come on. Yeah, come on, you can get it. You gotta get down though. You gotta get down. You gonna get down? Yeah, there you go. Yay! Well, you almost had it. Good job. I play with her with a laser pointer to get off the thing. Okay. Oh, want to see something exciting? Our lore comic is being sketched. Oh, I guess I should probably share this in the Discord, huh? Hi, Rhino! Hope you're having a great Monday. Hope work is treating you well. Save. I'm gonna save these. Because I want the process, like I said, to be very transparent, so. Because you guys helped us fund it! So, let me get that. I'm gonna post that in the Discord. I'll be dancing along to the rhythm. This rage is a prison, a beautiful nightmare for nutrition. Take what I'm given. Oops. Let's see, can I reply, or like, can I forward this to the lounge? Exciting news! Got our first sketch pass from our artist. I have just a few tweaks. And already. Moira, what you doing? What you doing? What you doing? Are you trying to chew on Jester? Maybe don't do that. Okay. You know, I did this wrong. It should be this one, then this one. I returned, Sticky. Hello, welcome back. Your Honor, she's innocent. She's not supposed to be on that shelf, though. Oh, my brain. Alright. That's squared. This is going to be paranormal cleanup. Take me to the beach. This one, this one, this one. Just pop back in to say you're smelly. Well, thank you for popping in and at least saying hi in your own way. We need media, some title, and this. I feel like I should scoot this over, which I will, because that should be the last one that was on. This one it is. Back to work. Have a good time at work. We'll be here. Here for the work. Oh, it's cold enough. And then save, close. Change cover, upload cover image, this one. Need some space. My cat doing something silly. My brain is forgetting what I'm doing. Alright, okay, so we're gonna go, because Envy's is already almost done, I'm gonna start with that one, so I'm just gonna grab stuff. There. Oh. I don't have no friends. Out of bed, I don't know where to go, so I lay here instead with my symptoms. Envy. Okay. Again and again, I love her. Okay, so this. Oh, look, it's raining. I love raining. Oh. Dude. Okay, so welcome room. You go tell me why I can. Let's see. Nice. This one. How many do we have? This one. My chest is hurting. My feet won't fall out of bed. I don't know where to go, so I lay here. It's my symptoms of sorrow and dread. Download landscape, save. Landscape, save. I like what they did with the flower crown. They have like a flower crown, but they put it in between their hair, so it looks like they're wearing it. That's really cool. And do this one. This one. So I want to also get like gameplay videos. I don't just want to get like I'm talking. I don't know where to go. Lay here instead with my symptoms of sorrow and dread. That it but fade again and again. Alright, and then after this we'll see how many clips we got. This is 10. Cool. I'll do like one more. We got plenty of face one. Let's do one for like just general gaming one. I have another peak one. Got that one. What's this one? Sure, we'll grab this one. It's not exactly a gaming one, but it works. Oh, we need like an intro clip though, don't we? Would you please to the max? I'm sure one of these I saved. Like the close-up ones would be good. What about this one? Oh. I mean,
Okay, I like it, Picasso.
Damn. Okay, NB. We got him. We got the intro clip. Oh, man. I've never felt more like a stalker in my life. That's okay. Okay, so that means I can mark off media assets for this. It just needs to be recorded. I think we can go ahead and start doing the other ones now. Yeah, we'll do Vibe and Shine now. But I want to take from some of the ones that I favorited. Cuz there was this pig was really good. Duplicate. I really want to do Oh yeah, we should do this one too. Okay. We're going to do that one and then we're going to do this girl that like shows off her. So I think we'll start with Doggo. God, I'm stressing the hell out of my mom because I want to finish visit a budget country with recent wars or active insurgencies. Just tell her you're saving money. But like it's safe in the cities. That makes sense. Yeah, I mean just be like, "Hey mom, I get you're worried about me, but you should be less worried because I'm saving so much money that if anything happens, I'm good because I have plenty of backup money." You know, the problem is you're stranded someplace really without money, I feel like, is the big problem, right? Is that you're there and then you don't have money. But you are gonna be fine because you have money. Son of a bitch. Does not want to copy. I'm gonna do it this way, which is fine. It is I'm fighting. I feel I ignore. I'm dreaming. They're more like us. Just I'm feeling. I can't get enough. Feel like no. Okay, so do they have any hashtags? I don't know if they'll let me copy them. Oh, why doesn't it let me copy them? Me. Well, let me do it here, I'm pretty sure. We're gonna only take 2 of them. Which is gonna be these 2. Yeah, see, this person does 2. It doesn't have any. Okay, and then I'll do hashtag. Okay. And let's get a screenshot of the dog. Fighting. I don't feel I know. She's so cute. This lady's so cute about her dinosaur lamp. Oh my god! Oh, Vexed, I have videos to send you. Hold on, I'm gonna do that right now before I forget. Oh. I don't know why there was a TikTok still I have. I'll post them in the Discord so if anybody else wants to see them, they can. It's about sturgeons. About... What the fuck? Where's the one with sturgeons? Where'd it go? Oh, do I have to just send it? Was it just pictures? It might have just been pictures. Where's it? Do it, lady! Where's the sturgeon one? Where is it? No, where'd the sturgeon one go? Oh my god. Like, come on, Boko Haram has been mostly expelled from Nigeria. It'll be fine. Yeah, probably. I love the song. I'm trying to find the sturgeon video. What the fuck? Sturgeon edit. Surgeon? No, sturgeon. Where's my prey? What the fuck? No. It's a bass. Did they take the sturgeon one off? No! Oh my god, I'm so upset. There was an edit about sturgeons and I thought you might like it, Vexed. But now it's gone because TikTok took it off. Now I'm upset. Can I get the mic a little higher? Can't believe they took away our sturgeon video. Oh fuck. I'm an idol. Going viral. 100. I love. That's what I'm saying. It was like an edit that's like, where is my prey? Is like, and then the sturgeon. Hold on, let me see if I can. No. Damn it. Oh, I'm so sad. I think it's the one that TikTok removed. I gotta go to a sturgeon hatchery when I was younger. That sounds really cool. Oh, I was taking pictures of things. Oh, I took a picture of that. I don't think I took a picture of the pigs. My cat is being a menace. 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 You menace. And you're mine now. Because you're mine now. All a part of me. Like a little higher. July 21st to July 27th. Georgine, it's okay. They are the biggest fish in the Great Lakes, getting up to 12 feet long and 900 pounds. That's crazy! That's crazy. That is crazy. That's really cool. I figured you would like it. Don't stop. Don't think. Come here. What's the matter, big girl? Why are you being a menace? The cat's being a menace. Leave. Going up. Oh, I did take a picture of the pigs. Gotta be golden. Oh, up, beside my voices. There's a woman. Gotta be golden. Oh, I'm done hiding now. Shining like I'm born to be. Confused. The menace has returned. What you doing, baby? What you doing, Bobby? Do I have 3 images in here? Ooh, that's a curious question. Do I? No more. No, I don't. Okay, I have pictures just of myself though. Like I'm born to be. No, get down. Go sit in your window bed, baby. Gotta be golden. Gotta be golden. With the voices. I had. Oh, this one? I had another one. I want this one too, but I want to crop that one. Gonna be golden. Sometimes it feels into Alright, cool. Getting the download. No good, but you're good for me. You're not by my side. It's a feeling every time I let you. Feel like I'll do anything. Every time being changing. Alright, cool. God, I wish I could see the Great Lakes look like what the Great Lakes will look like in a million years, because they're so young that life has had little time to adapt to them. There's 20,000 years old. They're 20,000 years old, which is nothing in the grand scheme of things. That's true. That's true. It would be cool. Maybe you could ask the scientists to, age it up, see what it'd be like. Pass me the passing weightless. One goes by, I respect it. I'm making through all the things in me and I thought that I really could. There's also something that I forgot to do with last week's episode, but that's okay. I'll remember to do it today. Alright, now we gotta download TikTok. Oh my god, did you just mention this speculative biology? I did. I didn't even know that was a thing. I think, isn't all science technically speculative? God, I wish I could see the Great Lakes in like 1 week. I could really use a holiday. It sounds like you might. Hi, V. Thank you for the whack. Welcome on in. I love speculative biology. Still at work right now. I hope work is good. Oh, just do this one. I hope work is good. I hope it's not too stressful. So tired. Understandable. You can get rest when you get home, though. I'll be waiting for y'all. You missed peak? Holy shit. So you haven't seen the epic of Serena yet? I have not. Spent my time making a bracelet because I was bored as fuck. Mood. Valid. Wait, nope, cancel. Oh mama, oh mama love. Look at you. I had to send something to Pixels before I forget. I keep like thinking about it and then I keep forgetting. Open publisher. Angels up in the clouds are jealous that we found. Whoop. Whoop. Okay, so edit, change cover, upload cover image, video editing. Raven Shane, where are you? I want this one. I download the right ones. I download the chit one. That they go on 30. So I'm seeing a lot of chit things. Change cover. Okay. Oops. Okay. So, this week's TikTok, there's one, play chat. And then watch TikToks together on Fridays. Honestly, it's just a great. Okay. Bet. Thank you, Vax. Okay, I'm just gonna bookmark this so I can watch it when I'm crocheting. I didn't show you guys crocheted. Wait, where's my phone? I finished my teddy bear's overalls. He has functional buttons. I made him functional buttons. And he has a little pocket. Finish my teddies. Bears. Overalls. You can undo the buttons. And he has a pocket. Hi, baby. What don't matter? Everything. More play? Whoa, good job. That was a big jump. Wanna go again? Oh, good job. I'm gonna go tell her dad about it. Woo! Look, it has. Look, for those of you who are not in the Discord, look, he has a little Cheez-It. Cheez-It. A little Cheez-It in his pocket. Very cute. I made this by hand. It's great. It's adorable. He's right here next to me on my desk. It's a good time. It's a good time. my god, they're so cute. Thank you. Thank you. I'm trying to do a bucket hat next. Because I think he could use with a bucket hat. But I'm still working on it. I made the magic circle, so the ring has started. I just gotta make like because like none of the bucket hat tutorials really count for like a tail. It's kind of like a little weird, but I think I know how I'm gonna do it. So I just need to crochet it. So I started it last night. So he's right here with me. His name is Bartholomew. He's in our 3D scene actually. But yeah, do it, lady. Oh baby, just me, won't you know? Gonna feel like nothing else will feel right. Okay, so I have to look at the videos again. Favorites. We started with this dog. Saving money, but and saving energy. This thrift store popper. Give you a good omen. My head itches. What was the disclaimer for this? She's issues with her paws that prevent her from doing a lot of exercise and other developmental issues, but she's very loved and taken care of. Her owners have tried to help her lose weight, but nothing ever worked. Now she's 8 years old and entitled to her naps on the store floor because she won't use the dog bed and the pets she gets from customers. That's very valid. Oh, Billie Eilish. Ooh, I'm fucked up. I need to export specific pages actually. Okay. Let's see. We do like 1, 2, 3. Saving money and saving energy. This thrift store popper is here to give you a good omen towards finding those interesting thrifts. Was it a girl? Her name is Teddy. Her name is Teddy, and she is a very good doggo. Deserves all the nice, cool naps and pets. All the nice, cool naps, store, floor, and pets. Friendly customers. Honestly, I don't even know if focus on shopping that cute. Honestly, I would just go to pet this lovely pupper. Hi, Candy. How are you? Okay, so this is page. Hold on, I gotta see what pages this is. Page 10, 11, 12, and 13. 10 to 13. What would that 10? Was it 10? 10? 13? Ah. 10 to 13. So the lunch as you find so much time on my tongue. Hopefully that works. No, this will be enshrined. Stat sheets should work. Okay. Honestly, I would just go to pet this lovely puppy. Speaking of lovely, we have this adorable TikTok user that is just so excited to show off her new bedside lamp. Like, I was blown away when I saw, like, the warm bulb. We had other K-pop Demon Hunter songs playing earlier too. Let's do it right. It is. You're all I can think of every time I drink of my little soda pop, my little soda pop. Oh, god damn it, I just missed him.
They were very generously sent. Oh,
Peanut monster. Peanut monster. Peanut monster. What? Well, let me show Chad the peanut monster. Chad, look at the peanut monster. Look at him. His name is Aldulthin from the cool TTRPG known as Enshrined. But unfortunately, he just has a lot of folds and he makes me think of Peanut Monster. Also, did you know today is Robin Williams' birthday? So on Saturday, we're going to be watching A Night at the Museum.
Interesting connection.
He's in
I know he's in it.
I was thinking about Flubber, but then Candy brought up A Night at the Museum and I really like it. What? More work? More work?
Yeah, so,
Okay.
okay.
Oh,
Okay.
Pogs. Okay.
We have the images and the captions.
Okay. I just posted the stat sheet in the TTRPG because you said to post more openly, so I did.
I'm just gonna send you the kids, and then you can send.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Can you just make sure none of it's like clipped? Because like Affinity doesn't like clipping. Also, where's this terrorist? Terrorist. Yeah, we were playing and then she tried to bite Jester and I got her down and I've been playing with her. But yeah, just wanted to report it and that she's been a little terrorist. Yeah, I think she's just kind of like excited that we're back.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. Like, oh, you guys are doing the do again? Okay. Speaking of lovely, we have this adorable TikTok user that is just so excited to show off her new bedside lamp. Like, honestly, I was blown away when I saw the warm bulb. And it's such a naturalist vibe. Like, how do you even go about finding decor like this? Isn't the Sony comeback crazy? Like the emoji movie to K-pop Demon Hunter and Spider-Verse? Yeah. Yeah. Did you know? I didn't know Sony was Korean. I always thought Sony was Japanese. But apparently, is it? I've been told that. Sony Korean? Sony Group Corporation is a Japanese yeah, that's what I thought. I could have sworn. That makes sense. Yeah, I could have sworn Sony was... Is it Korean? Sony is Korean. No, it's Japanese. Yeah, I was pretty damn sure it was Japanese. God damn it, Pixels. Sony is Japanese! Bitch. I knew it. Don't ask me why there's so much infighting, okay? I knew it. Okay, now I gotta look up car companies because I think are the Korean car companies. Yeah, no, it's yeah, because like Pixels' statement was that Sony was Korean to combat Nintendo, which was Japanese, but I was like pretty sure it's just Sony is just Japanese. It's Japanese. You were right about Hyundai though. Kia and Genesis. Those three are Korean car. Because I was confused about Honda and Hyundai.
Oh yeah.
Because, yeah. But yeah, no, I looked at Sony. Sony is a Japanese. Why is it stupid?
Japan's.
Oh, is it making it worse because it's Nintendo and Sony for you now? See, Koreans just microtransaction on PC and PC mainly. At least they know what the, better consoles are. At least Korea doesn't have a system that is going to brick something that you own. Cat, you can't see it, but I winked and I did finger guns. Yeah. At least that. Like Samsung's not gonna brick your fridge, because fuck you.
Well, I mean, they are gonna brick your fridge, but you're the one who decided.
Yeah. But they're not gonna brick your fry rice cooker. So that's just fucked up on a cultural level. I don't know. Samsung newest. They did drop like a new little tone ring, what? No, that's the kid downstairs running. Oh, I don't know anymore. Fuck, I forgot what I was talking about. Tops, ovens, range hoods. Oh, those are nice. I was like, yeah, rice cooker. Yeah, no. Oh, Michigan has got, oh no, that guy. That's valid. It doesn't look like they have, like, smart rice cookers. I mean, to be fair, why would you really want a smart rice cooker? I mean, I guess so you know when it's done while you're on your phone, but it's like... Oh, I remember, I was gonna tell Pixels that Samsung released for I think it's, like, it's new technology. It has a new cute little, like, alarm sound. It's really cute. That was it. Samsung, the multi-million-dollar company, just taking time to make cute little beepy noises so that when your stuff is done, you have a hit of dopamine. Okay. I have to pee. Can you guys tell, like, the Adderall's kicked in and I'm awake now? I was wondering, like, how do you even... Okay, yeah, no, this makes sense. I will finish this script and then I'll go to the bathroom, I think is my plan. And then piggies. But since it's so nice out this summer, why not trip outside where we can see these adorable piggies dancing with their snoots together? It's so adorable. You don't. Is there like a reason why they do this? Even his little tail's flicking. They're talking to it so that they're talking to each other. Why do pigs put their noses together? Okay, actually I looked it up. We made the work week. Y'all fucking no, Vex. Fiber optics, video games, and penicillin. Okay, so to me, the work week sucks in my opinion. So right now, this is what the scale is looking like, right?
Please fix the
like
song
this.
Tia_T.
Oh, okay, I got you. Sorry, I didn't see that. That's okay. Oop, there you go. So right now, so you have work week, and then everything else. Right now, the work week should be fucking Monday to Thursday. Monday to Thursday or Tuesday to Sunday, unless you are in like emergency cares, in my opinion. Or like, okay, how I should say this. Everyone should have a 4-day work week, not a 5-day work week. It should be a 4-day work week. The work week is a good thing. I'm talking about the 9 to 5, 5 days a week instead of 12 hours. Oh, okay. But can we still like evolve it to 4 days a week? 4 days a week, 9 to 5? Or longer? Or just work from home. Everyone should just work from home, except for doctors, I guess. I have to go to the bathroom. Aww. Wait, what happened to my text? Okay. Wait, what? What happened to my text? I only want 10 hours a day, 4 days a week. Yeah, I think that's valid. That's valid, I think. About finding out decor like this. But it's so nice outside, so why don't take a trip outside where we can see little piggies with their snoots together. Which is so cute. And apparently they actually are actually showing each other affection. What are they like? You want another as well? That's you do this, and I think loaded. Okay. Okay. That's that. Okay. Alright, I gotta go bathroom really quick. So I'm gonna go to bathroom. You guys need to take a little breaky. Don't forget to go to the bathroom and be hydrated yourselves. But I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go take a piss. Hello, I'm back. Oh shit. Zeus doing cake stand. Okay. Got that done. Okay. Okay, postcards seem friendly, but okay. Cool. Okay. So, okay, wait, let me add that to my to-do list for today. That's fine. It's fine. If it's weird, I'll let you know. All right. Yeah, okay. Because Kiwi will do, yeah. Best in the worst way, losing your distress. It's play 6 months since April. Flips. This one. Gucci sweater. Why? Bah. Actually, I want Kiwi to make these. I want Kiwi to do this one. Kiwi will be doing those 3. I think it's watching you. Okay, paranormal. Oh wait, I wanted the Steam DB. Package it. Nope. Metadata. Yeah. Close. So I think the plan is because Huey won't be able to help us until after workies. So we'll do the scripts and then we'll take a break from them because I think that might be a good idea. And then we're gonna work on some commissions because we have an emote commission to do, and then what did I do? What did I just open? Why did I just open that one? Because we have an email commission to do, and then we'll do other stuff. I don't really know. Oh, well, then we have to work on enshrined stuff because they are making postcards, so we get to make the postcards and stuff. So go from there. No, this one. I can also get the footage for everything else. Let me do that. Bless you. Okay. I do want to pick a clip. Let's just pick a clip.
Oh, it's just a person.
Oh yeah, I was gonna do. Yeah. Like the big, like the thick letters with like the sushi.
The idea is that that's up weird.
Yeah, I was gonna do them after I get done with my scripts, which I have one more script to do, and then Kiwi's gonna help me with the other ones, and then I'll do the postcard first, and then I'll do my email commission. Thank you. I forgot what I was doing. Oh, club clips. That's right. Twitch. News clips. Tip. Do you do this one? Yeah, I could do this one. this up a little bit. Okay. Oh. Yeah, okay. They're good, they're good. Alright, ooh, my brain, off. Turn off. Copy image. Actually, I'm curious about something. I'm curious about something. One contains scary ghosts and bad no words. Okay. It doesn't have an AI thing on it, so I'm very happy with that. I'm so scared to play this. It'll be great though. The image. I also want to put this in. Actually, would it be okay to put that here? I kind of want the title of games to be bigger. Yeah, I think that's fine. It's 37. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, 37. Paranormal cleaning up. Post. It's impossible, but I love her now. Video editing. Roll for fun. This one. Save. Go back. I gotta go to the Steam page. There's like people playing it. Save video. Oh no. How long is it? 45 seconds? That should be enough. What is Lunch Lady? Was Lunch Lady like a big one? I don't remember this game. Okay, cool. Alright. Okay. This one, this one, this one. Roll for fun. Episode 37. The busybody nature of simulator games. The adrenaline pumping nature of paranormal of yes. Even play it with friends. And then I do need their Steam page again. Okay. I don't know if there's a 1-4 con. There's no already cleanup. Okay. Hums. It sure is hard work, but paid well. And nothing bad. Get spooked. And then this one. This is no ordinary cleanup job. You are tasked with cleaning up paranormal locations, unclogged dirty toilets, and scrubbed ectoplasms, but don't get caught by the entities that are hunting you. This game can be played alone for that extra spooky factor, or you can play it with your friends. to 4 and play with your friends. With up to your friends. Job together. Playing this game myself, and I was fortunately alone. And then we gotta do spaces because I don't know what the game is like. Okay, actually, okay, we're gonna do this in a little bit of a weird order. So I'm gonna do this. So I did that. We're gonna finish this after we play it, but we will play it after we finish the thing for Enshrined really quick. Yeah. Download. Okie dokie. Okay, so let's do Affinity. Number 6. Room bashing on the beach. Greetings from the island. What's my blanket? What's my blanket? New. Print right. That's ready. Let's do inches. Rent a 6 inches. Do 6. 4. Artboard color. Or no, let's do. There you go. 300 DPI. Okay. File save as. Enshrined. New folder. I'll take you entirely. And I see no. But this one. Anyway. Enshrined. Postcard save. Nectarine in the forest. Download. Anyway. I don't really want to listen to the song right now. Oh, I love this song though. Love to get high on my lows. Fuck around and lose control. Down now, you know. I love to get high on my lows. Every time I talk, I choke. Okay. Now, so it's no, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No postcards. Okay. I didn't want it to open in this program. Loading. Oh, it's a fat file then, huh? Okay. What is this? That's a sketch over. Export. Find. My brain was thinking and now it's forgotten. Okay, here it is. 7, which is head. What is this one? Oh, it's all okay. Ooh, is that cool? What is this? What was this? Uh, My computer okay? I hear it like stuttering. Okay, let me just close the other ones. Nope. That's probably because I'm using up all my RAM. Because these are fat files. All night, yeah, you know. I love to get home, I love. You know, I love to get home, I love. Alrighty. Start with this guy. Like this. And like the birds being in the frame. Yeah, this is pretty good. So we're gonna call this postcard 1. Okay. And then let's get Alabama. Greatest from the island. Oop. I feel like I have a good font for this. Cool. Yeah, like this. Let's do. Let's see how they do it. Oh, okay. We're so dead tomorrow. It's National Mango Day. You guys have a lot of mango dishes? Wanted to get out away. Maybe should have like a little border on them. 6. Do inner. I'm probably just gonna eat a normal mango, but TikTok is gonna explode. Ooh, that's valid. I think they could probably do the weathering actually. But this one has like a nice border on it. So I kind of want to give it a border. Not the engraving one. Ooh, I like this one. I wish it was just like a singular line. Yeah, like this. Yeah, okay. And this was the border. We have 3 of them? We do. Okay, so I have an idea. Yes, I have an idea. I have multiple ideas that are happening in my brain. Greetings. Greetings from. Greetings from. Actually, is from. Where is it? From. I like. Oh shit. I'll miss you. Let's see. Greetings from. Yeah, cursive. Well, do I have one? Because now that I'm looking at it, I feel like I just want it to be. I feel like I have. Like a cursive-y font. Pretty thick. I wonder if I could look up vintage postcard fonts. Yeah, I feel like this one. Can I have this one? There's Stilla, and then the island. Okay, let's just start with that one. So let's do. This is and then the island. The island. And then here is like down here. Let's duplicate, but let's go back. I want to look at these again. So I like the ones that had the Lone Star State. Outer land or outer world. Yeah, like this. Oh, my neck. Oh god. Oh. Oh my god. I'm alive. I don't wanna. Like this. I don't know, postcards. Kind of like this. Prepare to use them. Okay. And then let's do like a bold font, I think is what I want. Do this again. I want to see how they. I like this font. There's no way this is Bookmania, is it? Any chance? Where's Bookmania? Not really. What's the other one that D&D uses? This is my thing. What is it called? Modesto, the island. I kind of like that. I kind of don't. What font is that? I like that font finder. Nobody's date. Sure. Cabernet. Are any of these free? Let's do the island. I like this one, I think. I also like this one. I like this one. Dun, 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 on the antidepressants. I'm feeling good today. Save. Oops, wrong one. This is Gaffer. Yeah, I like that. Looks nice. Greetings from the island. And then this is be either wait. And then I'm trying to decide. Looking at, they have like they have like the kind of like a framing for the font. Yeah, they have like a lot of framing. I'm trying to decide if I want to frame it as well or not. And then this should be centered. I want to make this bigger, I think. Yeah, and then I should see if just a different color is gonna look better. It kind of does, but I also feel like I want to try. Hard times. Flip it, and then we take like a circle. We elongate it. We take this guy, and then we subtract. We put him underneath. Make him the same. I think he is. Yeah, he is. Okay. Oh, Lord. Make him a little taller. That way, this could be like this. And then we could do a blurred version. And apply it in here. Will I even survive? Okay. I like it, but I don't at the same time. I don't like the color. Well, if we just made it like a solid color instead. Character. Can we make this a little bit less? Yeah. Oops. And then do I want to do, I think I do want to do like, make it black again. I don't know how I feel about this. Maybe do something like that. I like I want it to be that sand color. You know what? for me. Since I was about to realize. It still has a border. Okay, cool. Then let's do a border with this as well. And put it in the center. Let's make it white. Make it thinner. Maybe we make this white as well. Like that this has a stroke on it. Let's do a stroke. Fine. Nice, I got delivery. Nice. Nice. And I'll move this to be the sky. I don't like the sky color. And I kind of want to do a drop shadow, I think. Water shadow. Actually, I wanna be next to you. This one, like me. Reading from the island. Do I want to? I don't think I do. I think I want to give this a little bit of depth though. Okay, so we can try. It's greetings from the island. Since I had you with me, since I had to be with you in paradise, but I wouldn't sacrifice. I wanted to chase the light, I get the convert to curves. Seems like an eternity since I had you here with me. Since I had to learn to be This looks like a Pokemon card. Tell that I go home. Feels like an eternity since I had you here with me. Since I had to learn to be someone you. In paradise, what I wouldn't sacrifice. Would you have to chase the light? Somewhere I can go. I want this. Well, thank you for your boop. Oh, that's what Nope. Nope. Need you to hold me, 'cause it's getting cold, and it's getting starry. Hmm. No. We could try that. Zero and then. Including from. I think I just don't like the font. Oh Jesus. Okay. Ooh, I like the Tavernier Serif Black. Stroke one. Where's that one? Tavernier Serif Black. Alright, let's try those. Yeah, I like that more. Let's do this one, I think, and then let me look at. Oh, it's over here. You are cute, yes. Ancient Yeah, there we go. Things from the island, and then now we're looking pretty sick. Now I might get this image smaller. What is this one? Kind of. Actually, like this one. No outline. Right? Oh, what the fuck? No outline. There you go. And then I'm gonna adjust it with more saturation. Make it like darker. But why? Why does this not want to? There you go. And then make sure he is centered. He says he's centered, but he's not. Okay, fine. And then this guy. Okay, I like the. I think I like the top. And this is the text. I don't know if I like this bottom half though. Want kids? Good time. Okay, we could try. Okay, let's try this one. And then we do a different one where it has this curvature, and this border, which this will go here. And then the background becomes smaller to accommodate for the breakup. And then if we don't like that, V2, V1, do an alternate version where it's horizontal. Oops. Flip it. There. And then that guy. I don't know if we'll need that guy. And then we do these two, but we rotate them. So it'll be bigger. A little bit smaller. And then we take readings from it to put on the other side. And then we can take this guy. Nope. Oh, this guy. Now we can make it like a just a one-line thing, I feel like. Let the walls cave in on you. I think I like this one the best, personally. Oh, no, it's this one. And then I kind of want to card 1v3. I don't want this to get flipped. Yeah, well, yeah, there we go. And then we can scoot this over just a little bit more. And then be like this. Export. Postcard. Version 1. Honestly, if we're gonna do it like this border should just be a line. It should just be a line. Like that. Export 2. I started this at like 3. Export 3. Okay. If you view things of the first in folder fonts. We use this one and this one. We do not use Gapper because Gapper looks silly. Okay. And now I'm just gonna get the other ones just kind of set up so that they can do the same. On you. Oops. Postcard V1. There you go. Live on without you. Okay. There's this one. Yeah, I like that. There's postcard. Ooh, this is not V1. I have to go to the bathroom again, guys. God damn it. Alright, this guy, I want it to be centered. Let's see, this is 0 to 4. 2. Right there. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go bathroom real quick. Even move. Hi, Quetzal. How are you doing? Are you at work? Are you at work? Do you have work? Or are you home? Hello. I'm back. There we go. Oh, did I just fuck up all the aspect ratios? It doesn't look like I did for this one. Yup. Yay! Well, hello from the home. Hello. Okay, I think. Lunch break, but saw something wild on YouTube. What? Okay, so. Shoujo is cooked? How so? I am intrigued. What does this mean? This kind of like this. And then this one. Center is 3. So it should go here, but then we can have a bit more of it. Yeah. What? I didn't not. Oh, the lines are on it. God damn it. Lying to Mouse about sending her charity money to the. That's crazy. No, I'm not one for drama here, but that's kind of big news. Oh shit. Alright, where is? That's kind of big. That's kind of big. That's crazy. Wow, that's really fucked up. Ow. Hope it's just a misunderstanding. Boop, boop. Okay. Over 500K. That's a lot. That's a lot. Okay, and then we'll go back to this guy. We're gonna undo this. And then let's take. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Hopefully, I'm really hoping that it's like not a V shoujo thing, because again, I don't know a lot about it. I hope it's like not like a V shoujo thing, and it's more like something happened along the way. Perspective. Yeah. Though I will say I'm not super excited for all the drama VTubers to talk about it. It's like a personal thing, just because I don't really like it, but their own. Just see this out again. And then simple this. Yeah, like I like being informed, but I'm a little bit tired of all the drama VTubers and their whole shtick with it. Cause then they're gonna talk about it and it'll be a whole big ass thing, and not that it shouldn't be, to be fair, Not that taking money away from charity shouldn't be a big thing, but at the same time, we're gonna hear about it for like 10 weeks and then the internet will be sad. Hold on. Alright, there we go. Oh, they have like a little overlap. I kind of like that. Actually, I'm doing this wrong. Do it like that. But anywho, this postcard's pretty cool, right? Right? And for the TTRPG I get to help with. This is pretty cool. This is not has officially left, so now I'm here. Huh, almost for gore. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Almost for gore. Oh my god. Okay, I have to look at it at least. It's crazy. Oh, if my stuff wants to load. Nope. Twitter is too crazy right now. Twitter is broken. It looks great. Thanks, Gore. Okay. Gore commented on it, so now I feel better, and now I just kind of want to work on this. I don't want to look. Twitter is broken now because of all the talk about it. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Did I not? Oh, I didn't want it like that. Let's do it. More stream till funny number. Yippee! I like when people get the funny number in my stream. Yeah, Twitter's been broken for years. True. True. There's always blue sky. Oh, that's true. I cancel him. Yep. She hasn't posted. That's what I figured. I figured they wouldn't have posted on here, honestly. Oh well. I don't know if I'm sold on what I'm doing right now. Let's do 90. Pretty weird. They're like weird now. Oh, you were weird because I did that. Okay. The word island looks weird in my brain now. I do a drop shadow on the whole thing though. Just like a slight one. Boop. Do I? Oh, okay, Quits. That's crazy. What sent me a message about it? I just feel it feels that's very interesting. Um um oh yeah. I think I do like it how it was, maybe? It just felt more dynamic that way, I think. And then having this go back up a bit. Wait, this wasn't. Oh. Oh no, it was. Okay. There we go. Now we can make the even smaller. And it can be like this. How does the New Hampshire one do it? It like does it like this? But I kind of don't like that. But then reading it like this, you'll go, the island greetings from, I feel like. So what if we did this and then the island? No. Well, Maybe we can have this one be arced. A little bit less. So you're like, oh, I want to read the arc. And then you want to read the rest of the text. Does it really matter where greetings from is? It's usually in the top left. But fuck it is my thought, I think. Because I think this looks kind of cool. Dance in the light. Wrong thing. Music and your body. Oh, I forgot. Oh shit. I forgot to do the bottom thing. For your arrival. And then I gotta go back. Like lock this. Please. There you go. I like that more. God damn, the people around here are rich. I just got $10 for a 5-minute delivery. Nice. That's what I want to hear. Greetings from the island, or the island. Oh no, it has to be behind it. Okay, yeah. And then I don't know if I like this. Okay. Cool. And I'm just going to start on the text for this one while we're here. If I can. Greetings from the island. Okay, and then this one. So essentially how we do this one is we take this one, make it much, much larger. And then we take this image, plop that in there. And then take the same image and plop it in here. Though I might move it a little bit, I think. Actually, I might make the border black. Yeah, I think that looks better. What I do to you. Is land. I'm gonna show you. This side of the text, and the second one is better, but I like the layout of the first one. Center. I don't know if I like this. Let me look. Actually, I think I kind of like it. Mascara. For my napalm era. I like a lullaby. Yeah. Okay, there you go. And then let's copy text for now. Thank you for the song request. I can't wait till that just comes up in the DJ Now Vex. Let me see. Island. There you go. And then I fix that for the. There we go. There we go. You could also do a thing where it's like this. This one, the greetings from needs to be black. No, it doesn't. It'd be this color. Let me see this. Two, center, here, here. And this one. Oh, this one's gonna have the border. Come back. Come back, border. Postcard. Oh, because we're doing it like, oh, okay. No, that should be centered. Oops. Sorry, I didn't mean to snort like that. I think it was funny how just the viscera that is this image. Oh, right, I didn't do the thing. Let's be like the lighter color in this. Too much contrast. Yeah, and then this needs to be white. What about gray? I think white's gonna stand out. Black makes it look slick, but you can't really see it, so maybe we'll just stick with white. And this. And this goes here. Oh, damn right now. Enshrined the island. And then I would make greetings from a gold color. The second one will better with a darker border as well. I think so. Actually, no, let's keep it. And then go here. Wish you were here. And actually, this needs to be center text. And center text. Okay. Postcard 2, 3. Oh my god. My tummy say I'm hungry. I'm clicking on all the wrong servers. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Not sold on the colors for the last one. Pengy! Hi! Hi! Hi, how are you? Actually, give me this name. Give me your name. I put it in here, right? I'll make sure. Yeah, I did. Okay, right there. Hi, how are you? Banger alert, true. Hello, how are you? I'm good. I'm making postcards for a TTRPG. For a client. Thank you. Aren't they great? I get to work with amazing artists and make these fun things. Salute. Alright. This one, I'm not sold on the border for this one, though. To be honest. The only one that I'm kind of like, I like the rest of them, but the border for this one. Okay. You want to help me pick a border color for this one? I don't like the white.
No,
So we have straight lace version as well to see how we... Okay, so we have those white because I feel like it goes well with the light blue. Then the next one is black because it just kind of goes well with the whole. But then the white just doesn't go well with this one. But black doesn't go well with it either, I don't think. It just kind of blends. Like it disappears.
Yeah, use the yellow things from them.
Yeah.
I mean, in this I'll use white and then
Yeah, because those are like the exterior. The green I took from this. Like, so what I do is I take like the top of the image. So this is this. And then I just took the lightest color from here because it should be the lightest color. The lightest color from this is the hot.
What about something like from like one of their red colors instead of
like the okay, no, yeah, I see. Maybe like a brighter red.
Yeah, like that doesn't work. You could try and grab one off the red drafting.
So it's like, do I make it lighter or darker? Because this it just has so much contrast that it's like, which one?
Did you put that on the?
Yeah. Not it.
Yeah, not it.
More towards the red. Maybe like this color.
That's
that color. Let's just see how it looks on the.
I think it needs a little more contrast inside the words. This is the only one that the inside of the words aren't contrasting. So you just offset the end.
Made a lot bigger. Actually, that kind of works.
Yes.
I think the colors work better that way, and then. If I could.
Yeah, a little bit more muted.
Yeah, that's better. I cook. Speaking of kitchen, can I have a snack?
Now you want to?
No, I want a snack. My tummy is fine. I need snack. My chicken nuggets.
Oh, the chicken.
What did you think I was?
I thought you were talking about it.
Oh yeah, no. If I were to do chips, I would have done one of those. Yeah, the spicy chicken nuggets. Hi, Kiwi. Half of them. Let's see. How are you doing, Kiwi? I am here. I missed you. Hi. Maybe orange instead. Hell yeah. Funny, Gordy had the closest thing to an All Might smile. That's valid. I'm actually waiting because the person that I really like the emote bases from is making more. I don't know if Twitter's gonna let me look at it though. Nope. Nope. Okay. I can't look at it because but Twitter's broken. So later. Why? But yeah. What if this one had a gradient? My keyboard duped me. That's okay. Alright, now I gotta see what it looks like with a gradient, because I'm already here and I want to know what it looks like with a gradient. Actually, never mind. No, I can't. Okay. I think the orange kind of works nice, though. Yeah. Wow, if I had pizza, I had pizza yesterday, bro. I fucked my stomach up yesterday. It was another hour. I have to write down my hours now. They were making me keep track of stuff. 8 hours? 9 hours. It was past 3 hours. Oh, we're waiting on pizza. Damn. 4. And then postcards. Look at us all having pizza. Look at all y'all having pizza. Okay. This. Okay. This one. This one. Folder whip. 1, 2, 3. Please go. No, move. No, I didn't say open. I said move. There we go. And then I want these. Postcards. These pixels. Apply to this. This. Okay, cool. Alright. Time to play a game for a script. That way we can finish the script. Alright. I don't need any more media for it. Correct. Label. Change cover. Upload. Upload. My love. Away. 200. The dates. This will come out Saturday. The dates. This will come out next Tuesday. The dates. This will come out Wednesday. Nope, that's a lie. This is Thursday. Shrimp ganglions are Wednesday. Do I want to do shrimp ganglions? Is there another thing I sent pics? I don't know. I don't think I want to talk about sea life sperm again, but I will eventually. Where is it? Where is it? No view at all. Where is it? What is it? What was it called? What was it called? Whale sperm ambergris ice cream. That's what I was thinking about. We'll do that down there. That's my plan. We're talking about. Okay, wait. I want to shorten it. Oh my god, I have so many tabs open. Ambergris ice cream. Ambergris ice cream. Ambergris ice cream is intestinal slurry believed to be the ball of the mucus. What is? Ambergris all waxy something produced by. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Amber cream. Perfect. Verb that drink blood. I want to talk about that verb. The vampire finch. The vampire ground finch. I'm calling it the vampire finch. The vampire finch. I'm gonna put this in the list because I actually don't know how interesting I feel this is. Put that one there. Put this one here. Yeah. Because I want to do, like, we're staggering it. Every other week is like, we'll do something tame that's kind of helpful, and then we'll do something that's crazy. And you're like, what the fuck? Why'd you think about that? You know, that's how I'm thinking about doing it every other week. Or should you show me what the star? Yeah, so we'll do the vampire finch this time. And I think I know how I want to do it. Leave me alone! I don't like that thing. It keeps popping up. Let's go over here. Well, that's for a different project, so I'll do that. Finch? Graphics. This guy. And then a vampire. A little bit horizontal. Burb. Yeah, I don't actually know if I want that one. This one. What's this purple one? It's purple. I don't like that one either. Lady, I don't want myself anymore. Okay, wait, let's go back to the first one. I just can't see. There you go. Oh shit. Yeah, this will be black. Okay, let's just do black cape. Some lazy black cape. Okay, never mind. I'm not allowed to be lazy. Oh, wait, I could do it like this, adjust. And saturation. It's whale sperm, actually. Actually. There you go. Actually, I could be wrong, but yeah, I'm pretty sure. You're getting a theme for your videos. No! That's why we're breaking it up! We're breaking it up! We're breaking it. Listen. You know, we'll put that We'll put that 2 more videos. We'll put it in another video down. Just in case, we'll put it in another video down. Oh, what am I doing? next to me. Too late. It says whale sperm on the thing. Bird. Ambergris ice cream. What is it? Whale vomit from a whale, from a sperm whale. Oh, damn. That's a lot less funny, but we'll still keep it. Oh shit. Download, transfer, download. Vampire bird. Ooh. Let me delete this guy, and then we download it again. I only know it as a special perfume ingredient. That's valid. Hold on. Cool. Weird, normal, weird. Okay. Weird. Okay, well, we'll have a different weird one for this one. I was wondering when the unrelated talk of Welcome and Ambergris would come together. You're welcome. I feel like you guys told me another weird, like, fun fact the other day, and I just don't remember it. Toy disaster come unbound. Pixels needs a pat on the back because without them, you'd create. Yeah, probably, or I wouldn't be here. Oh, no, okay, to be fair, I wouldn't be here without Pixels. To be fair. So, technically, Pixels is the reason why I make semi-unhinged things. Think about it. Fix. Just turn off. Go and delete. But if we want to take it a step further, it's my boss, RD's fault. Actually, I want the one with the evil eyes. Funnier. Video editing. Did you know? Okay. Save. Close. And then... Where is it? Okay, we're changing this one to Vampire Finch. Finch. Dimmy. 8. Oh, they're done? No, I just want to try them by themselves. Okay. Thanks. No, I should be okay. Meeny, miny, mo. Get your tiger by his toe. We got spicy chicken nuggets from Trader Joe's yesterday. No, yeah, yesterday. And I excited. What would be a crazy fun fact? I don't know. I can't think of one right now. How hot? I was trying to blow on it to cool it down, but it's too hot for my fingies. Okay. And then we can at least do the thumbnails for everyone, I think. Yeah. Okay. Technically, we already did. Fun fact, I didn't fact check it, but I think it's true. Older siblings have higher lead levels than younger siblings because they detox their mother of their lead when building bones. So that's why I'm like this. That's crazy. Honda. I did learn that PETA made Unhappy Meals that made scary Ronald McDonald as their mascot. That was crazy. I learned that. I don't know if that's a fun fact though. I don't like interesting fun facts. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like the lead thing though. The lead thing's cool. I did that one. I gotta go get semi-spree. Which, because Twitter's fucking broken. It's an email. This is true. I don't think semi-spree's gonna have stuff on here like I'm hoping. What the fuck? What the fuck? What was I signed out of? What? Mm-hmm. Hmm. I love semi-spree's art. Let me look at this real quick. Yeah, illustration for me. Yeah. Hot. My mouth is hot. I take it from their Twitch. I always take the usernames from Twitch because that's my requirement, is that you have to be a Twitch streamer. Or at least stream a little bit. Or make videos. Or be a content creator, just in general. I'm feeling like a really good. $43. Same. I dug it, they're so good. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm gonna need like 10 of these. I had this one twice. We could do a top 5. Yeah. Yeah, we could do that. I would be down for that. I know, like, top 5 videos do pretty well. Three, 4. I'll just download their VODs. Food and drink. These 2. I want these 2. Hey, chicken nuggets are so good, chat. Woo! My mouth is watering. Yeah, highlights. Let me speed this one. Video. Start function. Alright, we're gonna wait for those 2 to download, and I should have enough footage considering that one of them This is gonna go here. Oh. Yeah, okay. So I have 8, 9, yeah. Did you know number? Actually, did you know that the guy that put his foot in the Burger King foot lettuce is dead? That's a fun fact. He died. But I like the I'm gonna do that one. Top 5 fall facts or something. Well, actually, no. This one should go. That one should be down here. Yeah, I learned that yesterday. He died of a heart attack, apparently. Whoa. Wait. Thank you. That's not a fun fact. That is devastating. Why would you be happy that the guy that put his foot in the lettuce is dead? Why would you be sad? Not the guy that says the Burger King foot lettuce. He's fine. But the guy that put his foot in the lettuce. Go off. The same vibe. And ambushes us with her fun fact. Yeah, I do. Oh, wait, people commented on this one? Oh, no. Have fun. Oh, wait, no, it's doing. Oh, yeah, we should so do Gamer Goblin Gary, actually. Also, I think I already DM'd by someone else to try to. Oh, Gamer Goblin Gary is an artist, actually. He won't be here. Oh. I think I got a DM for another one, actually, too. Oh my god, look at all these TikToks. I'm so excited. My mouth is hot. My mouth is spicy, not hot. Are they an artist or are they a... No, it doesn't seem like they are an artist. So I will put them in V stars. Okay. Hog. My tummy is very happy with that snack. That was a great snack. I'm glad I didn't do the full thing because I think my mouth would be melting, but it was really good. Good snack. Good snack chat. Okay. Okay. I'll go back. Okay. Insert images. Oh. Okie dokie. Change cover, upload cover image. Video editing, highlight this one. Actually, I'm gonna give it media assets because I'm still downloading something. Okay. I think it's time we play that game now. So many people in Bob chat right now. Where is Jersey? Oh, look at Nobles. Or BZ. BZ already done for the day? BZ could have been done for the day already, actually. I'll go lurk in Rin's chat too. But they're playing Blueprints. I want to play that. But... Oh yeah, it's Married Monday. It's Noble. Oh my god, we have the same cat tree. We have the same cat tree. Okay, bye. I got a milkshake. Nice. Noble's so tiny. I like Noble's couch. She's got a couch. We have this. We have the exact same cat tree. Really cute. Okay. Okay, I learned. Okay. 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 That's all I wanted. Just to let them know we have the same exact cat tree. Okay. Y'all ready for some paranormal cleanup? Oh shit. My two tisms, like, in one. About to shit my pants. I'm so afraid. Normal cleanup. We got a key for this game. It's gonna be great. I love this game. Oh shit. My wife loved this game. I'm so afraid. I literally convinced Ghost to buy it. Yo, then we could all play it together sometime. Next Wednesday collab? Ayo. Paranormal cleanup, yep. I'm very afraid my food is here. Yay! I'm gonna turn this down a little bit. Just gonna turn this down a little bit. Spectral dishwashing? Yeah, fuck yeah. Desync disabled, colorblind mode disabled. Is there motion blur? Is there a motion blur? Okay. No, it doesn't seem like it's single player. Alright. Alright. Let me just, okay. Alright. Oh, you guys can't hear it. Oh, because I turned it down. I turned it, like, way down. Okay. It's actually quiet. Okay, I think this is fine. Level 1, Granny's house. What is all this highlighted shit? Daily task. Complete 3 daily tasks. Collect 3 keys. Get rid of 5 moldy pizzas and clean up 5 trash files. That's pretty cool. Oh. Paint over 30 satanic symbols. Complete 5 jobs. Get 50 moldy pizzas. And then there's like, there's other things. What is this? Okay, it's E to interact. Okay, we'll do, okay, that's why, yeah, you get more money that way and you can get upgrades. Cool. Oh, this is like Dead by Daylight style, dude. That's crazy. Well, I'm poor, so I can't have any of these. What is this for? Oh, okay, this is a character outfit catalog. This is so like Dead by Daylight. This is funny. This is funny. I like it. I said the same thing. Yeah, it's got Dead by Daylight aesthetic. I could be Anna, Yolanda, Johnny, or Bruce. I'll be Anna. Alright. Let's go. Let's do the job. I'm scared. I'm gonna be honest, I'm scared. Okay. It's a cozy home of a sweet lady, or so it seems. The decaying mess of a home is hiding many secrets. The only thing more stubborn than stains is a spirit that lingers here. Okay, how do I leave? Do I get in the car? Oh, starting job. Oh, you just oh, yeah, I have to get it now. Okay. 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 I'm so scared. Oh, look at that foliage.
358 Bridal Street once was a charming home. Now it's a grim monument to unspeakable horrors. A house where innocent laughter turned into echoes.
Yolanda's my girl. I got a different color. I got a different color overall too.
Lies a twisted tale of poor souls trapped in a nightmare.
Okay, I don't think I needed the lore. Huh, I'm gonna be honest, it made me like 50% more scared. What do you mean I can make noise? What do you mean I'm making noise? Next time you load in, that's valid. This and I have one of these. Oh, I have to carry it? Fuck. Okay, I have a dustpan. A flashlight. Okay, and then I have to fucking carry this thing? I guess that makes sense. Oh, nope, come on. Fuck, excuse me. God damn it. Let me go. Let me go to the house. How do I get in the house? Other way? Is it this way? Oh, good lord. Okay. 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 God damn! The biggest crime is that this area isn't lit up at all. God, Jesus. Yeah, we gotta turn on the lights, guys. Oh, can I take this out? That's kind of like a safety hazard. Is this a teddy bear? Oh, oh, stuffed bunnies. Oh, God, Jesus. Oh, don't start with me. Don't start with me. I liked it. I'll crochet it like a thing or something. I do that. Find the front door. What do you mean find the front door key? Oh, God. Wait, I don't want this. Okay. I'm gonna leave this here. You know what? Maybe you're creaking because you're sad you don't got nothing on this table. There you go. Can you stop? Pretty please? Hello? Is there a key around here? I bet it's in the mailbox. Oh yeah, I bet it's under the door. It could be under the door now as well. I like that you can open the mailbox. Oh shit. No key. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna take this now, okay? Thank you. I found $20. I found $20. Oh, my brain. Oh. That's a thing. Let me just clean this up. Ah, this takes a while. Hey. Hey. Don't be mad. Don't be mad. I'm here to help. Right? Here to help you move on. Yeah, I understand there were probably some people here earlier that were being a bit of dicks, probably Ouija boarding, you know? But that's not what I'm here for. What is this? Why can I click this? Can I hide in this? Son of a bitch, I can hide in it. Ass cheeks. I'm back at the hospital now. Show me what to do. Ew. I don't have free hands. Oh, I just click E on it. Okay. You not. Yeah, I'm cosplaying Luigi. Okay, I need my thing. My thing. Hello? Any ectoplasm? Okay, well there's more gross stuff right there. It's like an ominous light happening. I'm just, you know, that's not my problem. Oh, yeah, my problem right now is I gotta clean this up. Yeah, there we go. Take this out. See, like, they shouldn't, but I'm just trying to clean up, honestly. I'm not doing nothing bad. I was like, why is it glowing in there? It's because of that. There we go. I got another achievement. I'm doing pretty damn good. Coughed up a little blood, so my boss sent me to ER. It's because I have a super scratchy throat. Oh no, you should get rest. You shouldn't be working if you're sick. Oh my goodness. Hello? No, don't break more stuff. You know I have to clean that up, right? God damn it. Is there something I gotta... Is that just like that, then? It's just gonna be like that. Need milk, understandable. The bunny. There's 20 of them? Like, in this house oh, it's just a... Like, in this house alone, there are 20 of them. Hey, I need you. Oh, I want you both on. In the ectoplasms? My tummy hurts, guys. I'm nervous. Stop! I'm trying to help. Oh my god. I feel like I'm seeing things. Ew! Okay. No, the ghosts, you know, I understand the ghosts got his shit or whatever, so like, it'll be alright. Scaredy cat, you damn right. Do I have to clean the floor? Fun. Stop! Stop breaking light bulbs. Oh, I didn't mean to hide in here. Oh my god. Yes. Wait, was there any ectoplasm in here? That seemed like it. Oh, me. Why are we turning off lights? Oh, we're on light switches. Stop it. Oh. Alright. Don't do that. Jesus Christ. Stop! This house is big. Got a TV room and a family room? Goddamn! Oh, there's the ecto. I have to put that phone down? Stop whispering! Lance cleaning service. Yep. I'm a damn good cleaner. Yeah, no one answered. Alright. Oh my god, okay. That there. Alright, there's another energy drink in here, so I'm gonna drink this one. You turn the light off? Oh, keep it on. I'm trying to do stuff. That's a dog! It's a piece of a dog. Good dog. Hello, stuffed animal. Feel bad about that toy horse, though. Oh. I'll take this. I'm sorry! I picked it up. God. Hey, new rule. Don't bring stuff on the job. Are there any brooms? I get it like a broom? No? Okay. I wish I could like really clean up the place, you know? Actually kind of like power wash it. Hi Blurg! How you doing? Welcome on in. Turn the lights back on. Don't be turning stuff off. Did I not pick all that up? I really... I don't want to go that way. There better not be a downstairs to this place, I swear to God. Take that guy, and take this guy. Hello? That's boarded off, that's cool. Ah, stop! Please, Jesus! I don't have, like, I have a baby broom. I don't have, like... Stop. Stop. I'm trying to help you. You live a filthy life. Right? Let me help you. Other ghosts would come and visit if you would just clean up every once in a while. Way too close to it. I was too close to it. There you go. See? Look. See? Stop. Oh my god. You broke it. You broke it. I'm not paying for that. Thank you for the bonk. Ooh, another med kit. I can't pick that up. Oh man. Okay, hold on. I need light. Alright. fuck? If you really just having a bunch of junk food, huh? There you go. Something downloaded, dog. Oh, knives in the wall. I really wish I could clean up like all the knives in the wall too, you know, like really make this house a home again. Oh, it's board. Oh, wait, is this the garage? Stop. Oh no! Get me out. Nope. I don't trust this. Oh! No! Hi, Ghosty. We okay now? Watch out when you can get in. Because it's scary. It's scary. Clean at least 50%. What the fuck? I'm so scared. Chat, there's something here? Is it okay now? Oh, you mother bitch. Oh, you mother bitch. Oh, okay. Okay. All good. Yo, can I get the power back on, though? I don't want to go back in there without the power. I'm gonna be honest with you, chat. I don't really want to go back in there without the power. Okay. You sure you don't want to turn on them? Like, you're 100% sure you don't want to turn on the lights.
Oogatti boogatti. I'd shat my pants if I wore any.
Valid? Okay. Is there a light switch in this room? Oh, okay, it's just all broken now. Oh? Why can't I take this? I have to have like an empty hand? How do I know when I'm hurt? How do I know when I'm hurt? I have these medkits for a reason, right? Oh, Jesus, fuck! Oh, this is where I was. Oh, no, this is where I was! Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, thank God I got back outside. Wait, no, I'm in the garage. Oh. Oh, get me out. Give me the alert, Zach. What do I do with the medkits? What are the medkits for? Can I drop them? Control. Stop! I'm in the menu! Use item, left mouse button, interact, inventory slot. I guess I don't need it because I'm full on... No? I don't. It would be cool if we could open the garage door. I think opening the garage door could do a lot for us, I'm gonna be honest. Is the... there a power breaker in here by any chance? No? Alright. Fine, I guess. Sounds like I eat the pizza. Oh, okay. Oh my god, I'm so scared. No, I think, yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I think I'm gonna be doing this one map, and then I think I won't play this game by myself because I am so afraid. There you go. There you go. Cleaned up another one. I'm so good. Okay. Okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. I didn't want to go in there right now. Yeah, no, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. You know, I should probably pick up my other ecto light anyway. You know, I don't know if in this game, you know, you lose stuff. You lose stuff. Yep. All right. Well, that's cool. You know, that's so cool. I'm just gonna stay outside till that's over. Oh, look! There's a thing right here. I can clean this up. It was just outside. I could clean that. Yup. Yeah, you have a good time in there, man. I understand. You know, I get it. I get it. You know, I'll just stay outside. You know, I'll drink my drink. You know, I could use a break. Gee willikers, Batman. That's sure is nice of you to give me a break. You know. Alright, I think it might be okay now. You good if I come back in now? Yeah. Look. Is there any chance? No, okay. Really hoping that you would let me turn the lights back. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ! Oh! Oh! Oh, and now I have to fix that, don't I? I have to fix that, don't I? Oh. Oh. What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh. Okay. Is it still beeping? If I die, I'm gonna be honest, if I die, that's just kind of it. I'm a big old pussy. And I don't want to. I'm gonna be honest. Ooh, that's a rabbit. Pop it. Will we turn the lights back on? No? Okay. There weren't pee stains before she started cleaning. Where did they come from? Up there. Her beats me. Oh my god, yeah, I'm really just trying to take out the trash for you. You know. Alrighty, you know. There we go. There's another one done. Oh my god, I'm so stressed. I really can't turn that back on. Okay. Go upstairs. Okay. Alright. Good in here? Okay. Huh? Oh, Jesus! Fuck! God damn it! Fucking son of a bitch. Leaving glass everywhere, man. I didn't bring my, I didn't bring my lantern up here. Oh, I'm so scared. I'm so scared right now. Chat, I'm only being quieter because I'm so fucking Jesus Christ. It's a crowbar. Oh wait, what the fuck? I want that crowbar. Oh, is that for the wood panels?
Don't be suspicious. Don't be
Oh! 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 Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! The fact that that wants to work right away and I don't even gotta click it now. Oh. I'm okay. Oh, yep. Yep. Love it when technology works. It worked. It's fucking crazy. Okay. 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 Stop it. This is stupid. Stop. Don't be angry about that. Oh. I'm scared. 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 I'm so 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 scared. Why do you keep breaking light bulbs? There's no more light bulbs to break! Please, Grandma! I just want to clean your house! It's so scary.
Motherfucker, where is it? Where the is it? I swear to God. You laughing, girl? You trying to laugh? No. This funny? No. Let me show you some fucking.
That'd be so funny if I died there. Hi, Key. Are we good now? Can I go upstairs now? Good Lord. My tummy's all up in knots now. Very cool. They are. They really are. I like the music. Girl's got a good taste in music. I don't like that the stuff that I do, makes noise. Okay. Why is a bunny? Oh my god. Let's see. Can you hide under the beds? No, I don't think you can. Oh my god, my tummy hurts. I take a poo. Stop. What the fuck? What the fuck? Just gonna keep breaking. I'm glad that it doesn't use the voice thing though. I'd be dead. I'll go up in the attic. I don't want to go up in the attic. What is that? This. Banish. Burn the haunted toys. What? Burn 5 haunted toys. What? What do you mean I have another side mission with side missions? What do you mean? Grandma, my tummy hurts. Grandma? Gam. My tum-tum hurts. I'm gonna be honest, Gam. You're really scaring me, and so my tum-tum hurts a little bit. And I don't think that's very nice that you know, Gam, you know, you're supposed to fill me up with good treats. You know, it's supposed to be a nice little vacay away from home in a way, you know? There's a lot. Gam, why is there so much blood on the floor? Gam, there's a lot of blood on the floor up here. Do you want me to clean that up too? It'd be nice if I could clean that though. Personally, in my opinion, I think it'd be cool. I'm just gonna put this over here. Find the Where am I supposed to hide? There's nowhere to fucking hide up here, dude. I think it's okay now. I think. Oh, Jesus. Gam, is the attic key up here, Gam? Gam, why is there a cage in here? Gam, why was there a rabbit on the bed and a cage and a bucket with toilet? Okay. Gam, I don't want to know anymore. Gam, actually, I think I'm okay. Okay. Well, I have this cube now. Needs to go downstairs. Like, I have to burn it, I guess? So I guess you can, like, collect haunted stuff, but you can also banish the ghost? Which I think that's really cool. Because then you could have one person cleaning, one person trying to banish the shit, and then someone else doing something else. Probably comedic relief, if I had to guess. Gam was a freak. Was freaky freak. I don't like how big this house is. It's giving me Winchester house vibes, I'm gonna be honest. Battle until death. Cool. Like, why is there another attic? Like, why is there another attic? What do you mean there's multiple attics? Find the attic key. This is the other side of the attic. Ectoplasm. More ectoplasm. Just clean this on up. Oh, look, another haunted toy. God damn, there's so much stuff to carry. Yeah. Did I just break my light? Or was that just very unfortunate timing? Stop. I'm so scared. Okay. I think we're good. Okay, so we did... Oh, we didn't finish this room. Okay. I don't know what rooms I did and didn't do. I should close the doors of the rooms that I did. Yeah, this one has the attic in it. Nope. 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 I hear that door slam. I hear that front door slam. I'm hiding in the closet. I am in the closet. I am so into the closet. Are there any horror games with Twitch integration? Probably. Okay. They're gone now. Am I wrong? I don't think Oh, Jesus Christ! Jesus Christ! You are hurt, but you have a med kit. Yeah, fucking let me use that med kit, goddamn. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Okay, well now they're
butter
different.
jelly the long way.
The long way.
The long way.
The long way. Yes, chat. The long way. Oh, this one. Ah, fuck. I have to find another medkit. I think there's a lot of medkits downstairs. Oh. Alrighty. Master bedroom key opening. Stop it. This is another one that leads upstairs. Oh no, this is one that, okay. Yes, hello radio. This room was good. Room is good. Okay, I think we need to go downstairs. I need to find another med kit. There's another med kit. Oh, there's one. Okay. Stop it. Okay, the fireplace is that way. Oh, I think we should go this way. Alright, I think this way's finished. Yeah. I'm gonna try to burn this first. I wanna know what happens. I'm just gonna take a little breaky poo. I'm just gonna take a little breaky poo, gam gam. Don't mind me. Oh, we've cleaned 54% of the house, but it's not so bad, so I feel like we should continue. We're gonna continue. Really wish the lights would turn back on, you know? I'm trying. I'm gonna try. Boss about availability. Let's go. Okay, I threw another toy down here. Where did it go? Where'd the other toy go? I don't know where the other toy went. I'm just gonna take this out. Yup. Taking the trash out. Run out the front door really quick, you know, don't mind me. Man, I really wonder where that other toy... Did she take the toy back? Alright! No, sorry, I just must have lost the toy. God damn, my bad. Gam, I'll be honest, I understand you don't like me being in your house, but honestly, this would go a lot faster if you didn't lock me out. Can we look? Like, Phasmophobia has a thing where you can, like, check ghost activity. Is that a thing in here? Can we do that here? Maybe that's an upgrade we can have. Oh, no, did I leave?
Jesus, you look like you've been through a meat grinder. But hey, the job's done and you're not dead. So win-win, I guess. Don't think I didn't notice
Duke
how
Nukem?
close you came to fucking it up, though.
Duke Nukem? Well, that's that. It's a fun game, though. I like it. No, I like it a lot. That was fun. We'll probably play that in Halloween and collabs if anybody wants to play it as a collab. No perk equip. What's this? Endurance enhancer. Increased stamina. Eagle eye. You no longer have to look at an item to highlight it. All items around you get highlighted. Medkits fast. That's like duck atom bomb. Okay. Okay, I got that one. Suck it up. Were there any other like? Wait, I didn't equip it. Oh. Flashlight, plunger, sponge, paint roller. Fires level 2 cleaner. I'm level 5. Increase. Wait, go away. Increase damage and swing. Do that one. How do I equip it? Oh, there we go. That's how I equip it. Damn, that was fucking scary, dude. What? Can you just take that box? Oh shit. Oh, that's how you invite people. Oh, that's cool. You call them up. I don't have enough money to get new items, new outfits now. Oh, you can look at all of them. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I kind of like the default outfit. It's a nice blue. Nice blue. I mean, this one's pretty cool, but this looks like a firefighter's outfit, so. I wore the spicy chimkin, really good. I enjoyed it. It was delicious. Okay, alright. Are we sure there's no motion blur in this game? My head hurts a little bit. Window mode, frame rate limit, VSync, color blind mode. View distance, sound quality, and post processing quality. Yeah, there's no. Or at least it doesn't say that you can change it. It just feels like it. I feel like there is. There isn't. I just haven't hit it. I'm scared. Okie dokie. That was great. No, on God, like, unironically, unsarcastically, 10 out of 10. Really like the game. Hope to play it with friends. Alone, though, my head hurt now. My head hurt now. Oh, I just need a breather. Thanks, Keith. Oh, I love horror. I love reading about horror subjects. I love horror as an aesthetic. But goddamn. Okay, playing this. Oh, sorry. Playing this game. So, when I was unfortunately alone, they had me hooked. I personally have the tism where I love cleaning and horror. And this is just that. Playing this game myself, where I was unfortunately alone. I don't like this. I gotta say, it had me hooked. Personally, have the tism more cleaning and horror. I love cleaning, and this is that. Chalked up in a nice, neat, satanic circle. So if your friends are looking for something that's a bit of a mix between power wash simulator and phasmophobia, playing this game myself, I gotta say, it had me hooked. I personally have the tism where I love cleaning and horror, and this is that just chalked up in a nice. So if your friends are looking for something that's a bit of a mix between power wash and highly recommend this game today. Currently out on Steam, right? God damn, that was fun, but god damn. A heart monitor with this game would go crazy, I'm not gonna lie. That actually be kind of cool. Unclogging toilets, proximity chat, varied objects. 5 unique maps, more coming soon. If you feel up to it, complete unique and hard objectives to weaken or even banish the entity hunting you. Oh. Ready to get down on your knees is funny. How much is the game? It's only $10. This game is currently Paranormal Cleanup is currently not on Steam. Really, I don't see. Pick it up. Get on your knees. Right? That's what it says? Yeah. Paranormal cleanup is current. Oh, Mr. Schmez! Shems? Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I hope you're having a good day. I am spooked. I just played Paranormal Activity and it was spooky. Ooh. You having a good day? How are you? Oh shit. Sorry. Clicking things. But I hope you're having a good day. I just finished playing paranormal cleanup. It was really fun. If you want to try it, you should. The day's been good so far. I'm glad. If you, I hope you have a fun time chilling here. I'm just writing up scripts for my TikTok videos. I should say from the makers of Lunch Lady. God damn, this looks scary too. God damn. That looks terrifying. Oh my god. Is this multiplayer too? It's online co-op too. 1 of 4 players co-op survival. The school final exams are coming up. The best idea you had in your head was to steal the test answers. Oh, it's kind of like Slender Manny. It's Slender Manny where you gotta collect all the pages. That's cool. Created by the devs of Lunch. I'm dying. That ghost is coming. Game is coming for us in real life. Lunch Lady. From the devs that created Lunch Lady. Clean every corner. Save all your special bits of the terrors. Try your Lunch Lady from Goblin School? I don't know what that is. Bro, my stomach, that got me stressed. I should not have eaten a snack before playing a horror game. I should have played the horror game and then eaten the snack. I'm gonna be honest. I'm dying. Lunch Lady's TV. A lot of girls tend to know things. No, it's the metadata. I just want the logo. Actually, I'll take this. God damn, that is terrifying. Oh, wrong one. Okay, no, I'll just read it one more time. Okay, I wanna change this. I'm gonna change this. Oh man, my Gam left me a fortune in this mansion. The only thing I got to do is clean it up and I'm rich. Right? My Gam left me a fortune in this mansion. The only thing I gotta do is clean this up and I'm rich. And then I get spooked. Yeah, that makes sense. This is no ordinary cleanup job. You are tasked with cleaning up paranormal locations, unclog dirty toilets, and scrub ectoplasm. But don't get caught by the entities that are hunting you. This game can be played alone for that extra spooky factor, or you can play with up to 3 friends to share this dirty job together. Playing this game myself, I gotta say, it had me hooked. I personally have the tism where I love cleaning and horror, and this is that chalked up in a nice, neat satanic circle. So if your friends are looking for something that's a bit of a mix between Power Wash Simulator and Phasmophobia, I highly recommend picking up this game today. Created by the devs of Lunch Lady, it comes with a thrilling game. That kind of like... This kind of feels like a beginning line. if I'm honest. So let's do this in the beginning. And then this. And this one. Yeah. I think I like the reading of that better. Okay. Created by the Desolate Lunch Lady comes. Okay. My gang haven't left me a fortune in this mansion. The only thing I gotta do is clean it up and I'm rich. Ah! Created by the devs of Lunch Lady comes this thrilling game where you want to clean every corner, but also save your special bits from terror. This is no ordinary cleanup job. You are tasked with cleaning up paranormal locations, unclog dirty toilets, and scrub ectoplasm. But don't get caught by the entities that are hunting you. Playing this game myself, I gotta say, it had me hooked. I personally have autism where I love cleaning and horror, and this is that chalked up and then into comma. And this is that chalked up in a nice, neat satanic circle. This game can be played alone or for the extra spooky factor. This game can be played alone for the extra spooky factor, or you can play it with up to 3 friends to share the dirty job together. So if your friends are looking for something that's a bit of a mix between Power Wash Simulator and Phasmophobia, I highly recommend this game. Paranormal Cleanup is currently out on Steam, so you and your friends can pick it up and get on your knees. I like that. I think it got a nice ring to it, chat. I'm gonna take this out and put this over here. Not that it super matters. I just wanted to fit in the box. Ooh. My brain hurts. Roll for fun script is done. I gotta download this. And close that. Okay. Oh, my brain. My brain chat. Is that all we're doing for now? I think so. I think that's all we're doing for now. Still just a rat in a cage. I need my postcards. Okay. No, I just gotta get we gotta just get this go some Kiwi, but we can record the stuff later. I need to do an email commission. That's correct. That's what I need to do next. What is a hyper emo? Oh, these are more work. Hyper emotes. Unless I do it smart. That is. Okay. So we're doing... They requested their shrew minion? Hello. Yeah, the shrew minions. Which is this guy. I think it makes sense. Okay, I did this. And then... Yeah, I think we'll go. Just a rat in a cage. Green, no art projects, 2D art. They wanted a hyper emote, similar to how I did Nobles. Okay. I think Nobles, the only thing special about Nobles was the fact that I made the outline blue, I think. Pretty sure that was the only thing I did different about his. Hyper. Hee rolling. It is. I made the outline blue. I made it like a lighter blue. I got a shams. You two know each other? Hog. Oh my god, my brain is dying. That's so cool. Well, I hope they have a good time here. Happy birthday, Robert Williams. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Squisho mode, you got it. Nope, that's not Squisho mode. Hold on. I know him from Delhi and he hung out. Oh, Poggin. Hi. Hello. Oh wait, shit. I want this. Okay. This is Shoo Mimi. Okay. Hello, how are you? Okay, so I'm a good guy. You like my pen? You like it? Tracks my mouse. Track my mouse. Ugh. Wow, that was not what I expected. I'm vibing. I fuck with this music heavily. I'm just glad. I'm glad. So talented. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Make the outlines of this. Actually, this one might be easier than typical VTubers because, like, the VTubers have hair. I don't have hair though. Teehee, teehee. I might make his eyes different. Hi, Chaotic. Come on in. Don't forget her. Na 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 na. Yes. Hello, hello. Yeah, okay, and then remove these. Actually, I'm just gonna make this like this. Be easier that way. And then take this off because I want the eyes to be. How is stream? Stream is good. How are you? Just doing a emote commission for Mimi. Yeah. Oh. There you go. Now I'm gonna copy this since I already have this. Forgive her. I'm glad you're good. I want everybody to have good days. Without you. This one? Nope, it's the bottom one. Okie doke. And then go back to the beginning. Actually, no, let's go inverse. Oh, no, 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 no. Please don't forget her. I'm gonna make this. There we go. Did I do Noble's eyes this way as well, actually? I did. I like edited Noble's eyes to just kind of be two colors. This one. Yeah, I might move this one like here. And oh, and I have burpees. Oopsies. Oops. Nope. There you go. That one. I'm begging you. Bloop, 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 bloop. Go. And then I might move this one over a bit. There you go. This one's good. Yep. And this one's good. And this should be good. Yep. And the mouth. You don't have open mouth though. He don't have an open mouth though. I'm begging you. I think it's the same color as the eyes. It is. What his mouth open look like though? He mouth open? He got like light pink mouth. He got blue mouth in this one though. In the bottom right one though, he got blue mouth. He got blue mouth or he got pink mouth? This one he had like pink mouth. But this one he had blue mouth. I think maybe blue mouth? Maybe? Yeah, I mean Noble had a blue mouth, and I believe that's the one that they mentioned that they liked. So. Boop, 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 boop. Hey, I'm begging you, and I'll dive in. And I'll be. Oh, these all have to be the same color outside. And then this inside color becomes a light blue. Begging you. And I'll baby. You. Oops. Oops. I keep fucking it up, chat. My brain again, EP. My burst of energy only lasted for so long because I wasn't spooked. And now I spook and now my energy gone. Time for eep. I'm kidding. But kinda not. You go ahead, Paps. Give her the wellness check. I wanna redeem that in 2 seconds. Alright, let me drink some ice cold water because we got an ice machine. My roommate got us an ice machine. It's fucking great. Okay. You kiss me already. Actually, this guy don't have arms. He had different arm. Shit. Okay, hold on. You got like this. And then like this. And like this. Oh, I wasn't looking. Oh, you look. Like this. Yeah, he got a little, like a little foot hand. Little foot hand. And it's like a different color. Yeah. If I took his arms off. I think it looks darker and I like it. So let me do that. What size is the body? The body is 20. And strikers. That makes sense though. I think it might be better, like, it'd be cute if I could do that, but I think at the same time it's actually better if I keep it. Because I'm worried that the silhouette won't make sense if I do it this other way. Oops. Alright. Where's the other arm? Be on top. This one, flip. This one. Closed. Nope. Nope. Alright, then the color of his body. Oh wait, no, I can color select. Let's do it like this. And I'll take a square. Take this off. And the lighter one. And this in here. Layer, convert to curves. Okay, what you've done. Be like that, I think. I gotta make like circle. Nope. There you go. And circle. Oh my god, the boopus. I've been booped. I've been booped. Oh, this one's on a layer. Convert to curve. Actually, I'm stupid. There's an easier way to do this. Take this guy. Bring it down to the cheek. This to the other cheek. Make it bigger. Flip it. Nope. I'm stupid. And then make it bigger. And then you bring this in. And then this one, you bring this in. And kind of even it out to the angle. And a layer and expand stroke. And then you give it the same. And then you give it a stroke. And then hi Ark! Everything okay? Or you just coming in with that big boss energy? Expand stroke. I'll do it again. And then it should be here. Just coming in with chaos. Understandable. Hope you enjoy your chaos. Oh shit. I should think twice. I smooth the curve. Oh, why did it do that? Smooth curve. Oh, very affected if I keep it up like a lovesick crackhead. What is hard to find? I want it to be like thicker. Not like that. Hold on. Go back. Go back. I think I made it too arced. It's too arced. So most of the time they're working on my maid shower on the server. It's coming along smoothly. Fuck yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad that you're having a good time on this server. It makes me happy to see people playing on it. I get so hard. When you live. You wanna have a slumber party in my basement? I feel like I did this wrong again. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be like this. Okay, now layer. Curves. Layer. Transfer. You shows how it's centered. Want it smooth. Nope. Okay. 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 Yeah. This. What's that? Put this in here. Speaking of, I think the server might be deceased. Huh? Is it? Hold on. Hold on. Is it? It is. What happened? What happened? Oh, was AFK and came back to the server being down. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I'll just start it again. Oh, my neck. Let me make sure it all works okay before I look away. Was it me? I don't think it was you either. It looks like it's loading, so I just want to be sure it's all good. X-rayed out. Okay. It is loading. It is loading. Arms around me, arms around me. Meow, 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 meow. It's still loading. You can see the chunks of color as it loads. I was taking a break from feeding the flesh god in my basement. Excuse me? Oh, yeah, I guess you didn't really get to do a lot of the flesh. Like, you did some of the flesh stuff in the last server, but you didn't do it in this one. I want to play some Minecraft 2 today, I think. If I can get everything done, I might play some. My head fucking hurts, dude. Am I okay? Thank you for the song request. I'm just dehydrated a little bit, maybe? I don't know. Oh, that's a good song, Arch. Okay, I think the server's okay. Thank you for the wellness check. I am currently stretching. Okay. Okay. I think I feel a bit better. I love how quick you guys are to joining the server. It's very funny to me. But yeah, Arch, let me know if you can join the server, and if not, I'll have another look at it. But it looks like it started okay. Game. Drowning you out a bit. Oh, it's probably because I leaned back. Oh wait, no, the mouse is louder. It's both. It's both. I leaned back and I and the music got louder. That's not the color I picked. There you go. Is this 20? No, 28. 20. I feel like this is still a little bit off though. Alright, I'm kind of gonna, because this is like the next hard part. Actually. Let's see. Have fun, wife. I love you. Faye and I have successfully joined the server once more. Awesome. Awesome possum. If you have any problems, feel free to let me know. Thank you for letting me know that the server was broken. I appreciate you immensely. So that's what I'm saying. I don't like where this is sitting. It's shitting in the bed, please. But it has to go down more. Oh shit. Down. Bloop, 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 bloop. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, beep, beep. Oh, that won't work. Oh, you know what? I think I know the problem. I have to move his mouth. Move it all around. There you go. Oh my god. Oh, this is of the foundation. Tonight. Another project for Illustrator. Do it. Do it. Playing with vertices is one of my favorite things. It's my main art style. And honestly, I'm learning to be okay with that, I think. Because, like, I don't know, sometimes I get jealous of people who can do, like, what I'm doing without doing it with vector art, but I think I'm just gonna be okay with the fact that I just like vector art more. Because it's just the way my brain works. Vector art is so clean, that's what I'm saying. And, like, if you wanted to change a color of something, it's just so fucking easy. Like, there's not that much fuckery that you have to do with it, and it makes me happy. It's like, oh, you want to change your line art? You can just change it with this one simple click, and I'm like, oh, my brain happy, you know? I don't have to sit here for 20 days being like, I fucked up a color, now I gotta go back. Especially because I take such long breaks from my art a lot of the times that I'm like, what the fuck did I do? And then I get lost, and I get sad because I don't know what I was doing. Two. Never look so alone. Like, and no hate to anybody that does do like normal rasterized art. I just don't think my brain gets it. Alright, now let's take alternate color. And it's just gonna shove it in the little things. What? Oh, right. Okay. Honestly, that saying that out loud, the fact that I want to be okay with the fact that I just do vector art, it makes me want to try one of the art pieces that I've been struggling on. The lemon one. That is like one of the last redeems I have for the last subathon we did. I think I should just go for it and just try doing like vector art with it. That's just my art style, I think. And I feel like, you know, if I can just be okay with that, I think we'd be pogging. So I think I might do that. I might play with that a little bit today. Guys, guess what? Tomorrow, we're gonna get therapized. The first therapy appointment at 9 in the morning. For whatever reason, raster art just doesn't scratch the itch in my brain like traditional traditional or vector can. Yeah, because like I feel like there are just some things that like I can get across very well when I'm doing like traditional art. Like when I sketched in traditional art, it just kind of it works. Especially when I'm making like little guys, it just kind of works. But then when I do like when I draw a little guy, I don't know. It's different. It's different. Let's go. Reminds me I should get back into it too. Let's all get back into it. Fuck yeah. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. We'll all get into it together. Don't worry. I need this guy to cook this guy. You know when you're out there. Me, no likey vector, key. What? I don't need therapy. I have denial. Mood? Dude, that's me most of my life, but I think I want to have kids. So I think I probably should get a little therapized. Because there's a lot I haven't processed that I think I don't want to have my kids process. And so I have to go get therapized. I have to. I think maybe opening myself up to being therapized might be good for me. Need? No, me no likey vector. Keep them crunchy pixels. Crunchy pixels? Cunty pixels? Do it, lady. Do it, lady. That's been stuck in my head like past week. Do it, lady. We should get that sound clip so that way I can have it. Do it, lady. Traumatizing children is every parent's right. That's true. Until your child can no longer process their own emotions and
car. Broom,
broom, broom.
Get out my car.
Get out me car. Aww. I think that's valid until the kid can't exist. Traumatizing parents is every children's right. Yeah, that's valid. I don't think you're wrong, but I think also when it comes to a point of abuse or things like that, maybe could use a little therapizing. Okay, no, better way of putting it. I think when your child gets so traumatized that they no longer have a sense of self, maybe therapy's okay. Maybe therapy's okay. Yep. Yep. Oops. All I want was you. Like, it was so funny. When your child feels like it's their job to make you happy instead of vice versa, therapy might have helped. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That is all I'm saying. I think a funny thing that happened to me when I was like watching TikTok like yesterday was they're like the worst combination for a child's development in any regard is a emotionally distant parent and a emotionally unstable parent. And I was like, oh, okay. So me. I was like, okay, very cool. Very cool. Thank you for calling me out, TikTok. And it was like one of the first things I opened up to. Was great. Baby, no attachment. Oh, awesome. Love that. Wait, ain't that the norm? No. No, unfortunately, no. So I can't wait to get therapized tomorrow. I don't know what's gonna happen. I hope I cry. You wanna tell your friends. Well, it's casual now. I hope I cry. I want a good cry. I am feeling a good cry. If you do, that's okay. Oh yeah, fuck yeah. I just, I could use for a good cry. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I'm excited though. Regardless, like no matter what, I'm excited. Okay, now we need like a block. Just remember, if it's your firstborn, you're also testing to see your comfort level with this person. That is valid. I am an open book though. To be fair, I am an open book. 24. I'm a very comfortable person. I'm talking about my twama. My twama. Emma. Hey, I'll be okay, guys. I'll be okay, guys. I'm excited. I'll tell you guys about it tomorrow. It'll be great. It'll be a little story time. That? Yeah, but if you feel judged by your therapist, you're not gonna share what needs to be worked through. Oh yeah, that's valid. It's more about the therapist. Some just don't vibe with you, and that's okay. You just gotta say so from the start so you can find. Oh yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, we had like an introductory where like they're like, hey, these are my practices. These are the type of demographic that I work with. Blah 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 blah. Like barbecue sauce. You know the gift I was gonna give her actually? Where is it? I didn't pin it, did I? I didn't pin it. Fuck. Where is it? Hold on. Where is it? This. Because with my therapist, we're gonna do autism testing. I'm gonna give her this. I'm gonna send her this and be like, is this... How do you feel about this? Reverse therapy. How do you feel about this? It's hard being casual when you buy me a hot and ready from Little Caesars knee deep in this crazy bread and we're eating it up. So there I was, barbecue sauce on my titties. Oh, don't we have another one? Thought I had another one that I wanted to give my therapist, but I don't remember. I don't remember. Yeah, I'm showing this to my therapist. Oh, the WebP. I downloaded it from Discord. Alright, we're about 10:33. Download. Wasn't there another one? There was something I was gonna tell my therapist about. I was like, does this also contribute to my tism? But I'm too busy. And I'm too lucky. I don't remember. I have no idea. I have no idea in my brain what it was gonna be, but that's okay. Make sure all of them. So I'm a streamer, and this is what my chat thinks. Yeah. Just be like, hey, by the way, I have multiple people in my chat that just think this. But no, I'm excited. I'm excited. She seems like a really nice person, and she's like perfectly in the wheelhouse. Streaming, or as I call it, group therapy. Yeah, on God. On God. That's honestly how I feel like I want to brand my stuff here, is that like we have whoop, there whoopies I should sometimes. I should be using my like my not my mouse, my tablet, but I don't want to. I'm gonna do it with the actual pen tool because I'm being lazy. 4 o'clock, you come home to me. I think because like another like I guess I don't know if I told you guys this, but like when I was talking to my therapist, she was like, so what she does, like her brand of therapy is something that I already do, and it's when you have an emotion you don't like or a situation that you didn't like the outcome of, you identify why it happened. You know, so like if there was a situation where you lashed out at someone because I don't know, you felt unloved. You lashed out because you felt unloved. And then you go and you're like, "Hey, interesting. Cool. But what would happen if instead I was in a situation like where I did feel loved?" And then you kind of go through that of like you see it in the opposite perspective. You're like, "Oh, so if I felt loved, I would maybe do A, B, and C instead." And then they were like, and then we find the root of where it came from. And oftentimes the root of where it came from is because of childhood trauma. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense. So, regardless, I'm excited. I think she's a cool lady. Seems like a nice lady. So, I'm excited regardless. I'm not alone. I'm too fucking dumb. Emotions are dumb and should be hated, Bender. Ow. That's not what Jake the dog would say, though. Listen, that's not what Jake the dog would say. Jake the dog would be like, empathy, put yourself in place of me. You know? All about that empathy. I think this is like good. Yeah. And then go here. And we bring them up. Jake the dog would be a good therapist. Bender would be why you need therapy. That's a good point. That's a very good point. And I love them both because they're both voiced by John DiMaggio. I love John DiMaggio. He's the best. I'm a star, I'm a star, I'm a star. Be shining wherever you are. And the Waka would give you a ride to the what? Then Waka? He also voices the king in yeah, Disenchantment. He's the dad. He's King something. King Zog. King Zog. I don't wanna. Santissimo. Tantissimo. Tantissimo. Oh, give a fuck. Tantissimo. I want to listen to the other Marina song too, the butterfly one. What is your response? It seems strange. The 7th grade of champagne, out in the rain. It's overshut door. Okay, cool. And then they have like another like small one on. No. I say that I should settle down. I don't wanna. Tantissimo. I'm on the run. Pushing you up. And fall. No way. Making your energy is precious. The American lifestyle of my life. It's like this part. And close curve. And go down. And this goes in the back. Not that far back though. Alrighty. But it's meant to stick around. And feel it too. But nobody read me like you do. Oh, I don't know. Cool. And then he got like two little shines and eyebrows. So let me do those. I'll shine here. I fucked up. I think I will say though, the most poggin thing about the world we live in right now is that I don't have to go anywhere for therapy. I can just stay home. I have to go outside. I can be home and be therapized. That way, if I need to get an emotional support blanket or an emotional support stuffed animal, I can. Oh my god, I can't wait to show my therapist my crochet, my crocheted overalls for my teddy bear. Gonna be great. Goodbye, goodbye. I'm already. Can't see my energy. Boop. this guy needs to go in the body. And then move it here. I'm a butterfly, you bitch. This goes back into the body. And this. Okay, cool. I don't have my watermark in here. Come on, brushes. I have it in here. Logo. All document PNG. Oh, is this not transparent? It's not. Hyper. Me two. Me three. This is like the first time someone's gotten it for like their chat mascot. 4, 5. Oops. 6. I think it's a 3 in between. Hyper. Open. Upload. Yep. Okay, that was really loud, but okay. Mark is complete. Upload file. Downloads. Save. Thank you for your permission. I hope you enjoy. Alright. DDR. What permissions, Hyper? Oh, another. Oh, another. Another day. Pogging. Pogging, chat, pogging. Pog. Alright. I gotta go to the bathroom again. So I'm gonna go to the bathroom. And then we'll do more stuff. So I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. I'm ready to do stuff. What was the stuff we were gonna do? I forgot what we were gonna do. Are the scripts done? Scripts are not done yet. Okay. What was I gonna do next? I was gonna do something. Ooh, I wanted to try a thing. I wanted to try a thing in Affinity Designer about my art because I feel like it would be nice. Tasty. Alright, new group. Final stitch? Question mark. How would I get my golden? Make a new brush. New solid brush. Brush with very. Oh wait, nope. Delete brush. New. Pictured intensity brush. Let's see. Pressure velocity. I forgot how to do the thing. There's a thing with this where you can change the end, I think. This screen. Cool. Oh! Huh. My cat found new box. My cat found new box. She cannot fit in box, but she sit in box. She sit on top of box. And she's like, I'm complete. This is good. Little baby. Little baby. Little baby. Little baby. She sits in box even if cannot fit in box. Silly baby. Duplicate brush. Move the category my brushes. Do it again, would I do it again? And what would they taste then? Okay, size variance. Okay. Not that then. Yeah. Yeah, I want it to be like 7. Yeah, look at that. I like that. Banana. I was gonna say something and then I got a little bit honestly. I like that a lot. Yay. And then oh. Oh. Hmm. Oh, I didn't save it. That's why. Super cool. I like it. I like it. If I did this, I took this one. Interesting. I didn't do the thing. Now we'll do it. Hmm. Hmm. Weird. Get my drawing tablet out. Everything. I can't hear after how long. What is up with my keyboard? You're being weird. What the heck? What is happening on my keyboard? Hmm? What? Hello? He's on. What is happening? My keyboard. Oh, okay. You're okay now, huh? Weird. Weird. Wanna be a... Okay. Do art. Art, 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 art. Oh. Because I'm a devil looking for attention. Mm-hmm. Also, let me look at my reference there. Maybe I move tonight can be the monster. I'll make you do this. I'm too fucking jealous. Honestly, let me try something. The bull who's looking for it. It's okay. Let's make these all two. Make this one this pressure. Scoot it. Huh? I think it's interesting that one doesn't behave the same as the rest of them. No. He just shed a bed. Cool. No one Vexed? Oh my god, you care about me? You want me to get a wellness check? You got it. That was some cold ass water. It tasted good. I like that this one ends differently though. This one does. I'm just gonna. Yeah. With this one. There you go. I don't want to work on the eyes, honestly. How did they do eyes? Like, whoosh, and then they have them down. Okay. Try it. Let's try it, child. Oh. 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 Ooh. Mm. Let me see. Thank you for the lyric vexed. Not how those lashes work, actually. How they do lashes. Ooh. Let me try those instead. This. That's my VTuber's eyelashes. Okay. Whoosh. And then whoosh. And then don't know how I want to do this eyelash. I don't know if I have to die. Let's deconstruct this one. Okay, so then it goes. The closest one around. Ooh, I'm not doing that eye shape. Hold on. Let me try that. I want to try this eye shape. Oh. Around. Okay, I'm gonna make it smaller. Reasonable size. My eyelashes like that? My model? I have 3. The closest one around. And then, yeah, lashes this way start to go this way. That makes sense. Done. And then I'm gonna add like one here. Okay. So that was the example eye. And now we go back to here. We take the example eye. We examine. And I have rasterized it, so I can't use it. Alright. So And she came up to me, begging baby wood. Okay. And then it goes like up. It's thicker. I think I made this too thick. Oops. So I can see what I want. With my fingers to her mouth, find a thing that moves. Nothing else has ever worked out. Worked out. The only thing that I feel like this part is more dramatic. You're not that dramatic. Just a little bit more dramatic. Okay, now if this was all just one big curve. Oh, I did this wrong. Dark outline. I did? No, is this not anything? Oops. Don't stop, get a drink, throw up in the kitchen sink. I don't wanna feel any. I don't wanna feel anything. I don't wanna feel. I'm talking tired. Good, babe, I'm fine. I was eating meaty mine. I quite like it. Okay, but the biggest difference is that this kind of comes down. Oops. It comes down a bit more. That. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, let's see how this compares. What we vibed to be cool and what is actually going on. Okay. He's got that boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. I like it. I think it's looking good. Is it hair color? Hair? Hmm. Mm-hmm. Boom, 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 boom. And now I'm in her room. Boom, boom, boom. Let me take a circle. Circle. I am conflicted, much conflicted. Don't we talk on that? I like it. And then if I do this, in place. Close curve. Do they do the inner outer? They don't. Oops. It's just a small piece of it. I want it to look good on its own. And may I color? How my eyeballs work? Maybe what's throwing me off is I don't have an eyeball. Alright, how my eyeball work? Like that. Alright, so let's do jeans, boots with the fur, looking at her. What? Okay. I mean, doing my eyeball. Right. And then up. Nope. With the fur, with the fur. Reebok with the strap, with the strap. Big booty strap. Do like a gradient. Jeans, boots with the fur, with the fur. Oh. Cool. And then this guy. Where she put the highlights. I like go above the eye, but I like it when it also in the eye. Boop, 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 boop. Be smaller. And that is like how bright my eyes are. That's crazy. The inner eyes, dip color. This, dip color. And then more circles. This eye out. This is this. And this goes in here. For idiot America. I want to do like one of these. Yes. These colors like this. Running right into you. Got a bloodstain. I think that's pretty okay. I don't know how I feel about the inner parts being like that though. Let's put it back in the eyeball and see how we feel. If we took this guy, and took this guy, and then this guy. We do this like this, and go up. I don't know if I like it being Gaussian, but honestly. Other side. And then go up and over. And then down. And then up and over. And then up and out. And up and out. And this one, this way. How do I do my eyes normally? I'm trying to just do... I don't know how I feel about this one. I just put another one down here. Do this one like this. I think I'm just not vibing with the colors. This color should be this color. This color should be the middle color. This color should be the brightest color. But then how do you do? Okay. You do this color, color be this color. And then you do this, except make bigger. Yeah. And then do like, not this. And then this one, and then underneath, go middle color. So technically this color, and then make bigger. Oh. Actually, technically this color, same. He had to cut me off. Oh, baby, just to turn on. 'Cause these days, I would be lying if I told you that. I didn't wish that I could be your man. Oh, maybe they could go bad. Eh. Back to my normal eyeball. I got my body, flesh and bone, yeah. Okay. Go back. Back it on up. Back it on up. This color. This color. This color. This color. This color. This color. And shoot. Into this anymore. What would you do? Go on top of I like go here and go here. Maybe not like that though. But this also have this one, but like less opacity, but like also outside, but also eyeball darker, but also eyeball wrong spot. Eyeball go here. Eyeball go here. But too much eyeball go down now. Maybe background not go down, this just go down? No. Because this part I meant to be this color. Really? Well, I mean, by this one, I bright. I mean, I bright a shadow. Oh, a shadow. Okay. I mean, I bright. Right? Make or eyeball go. Give me eyeball. Give me the eyeball. Face. Give me eyeball. Me like the color eyeball. I know like it over here. We want this color. Then second color go this one. Maybe because we want more color here. More color here? Go here. This one, this color. Yeah. But then eye too small. No, make eye too big. I'll make anime eyeball. Okay. Color. Let's see. What makes you Cacao? Hi, Joker. How are you? How is cuter than I'm cool, but I'm trying to learn the arts. I am trying to learn the art. Trying to learn how art work. So I want colorful eyeball, but don't know how to. Let's see. How to color anime eyes. We never did our art together. Oh, we do need to do art together. I'm considering one of these days just sitting in the Discord. Just sitting in the Discord. And just doing art. Maybe? No. I kind of like this. But they do base color. Let's try it. Boy. They do base color. Okay. And then they do base color 2, which is a low. Wait, no, I do invert. I'm gonna do like this, and then eye color 2, and then we're gonna do black mask gradient, right? Yeah. And boop boop. Do pay. I got him where I want him now. Oh, it's never makes. I got him where I want him now. Okay. Make this guy thinner though. In my opinion. Yeah. And then soften. So FX Gaussian blur. Yeah. Like that, but then move this down. Or like that. And then like invert. So this guy, but this guy, but then go other way. And then darker color. But then swoosh. Swoosh. But not as blur, I think. A little bit. And then make like this. I think need to rotate. Yeah, like that. Okay, and then make, oh shit. Make eyeball. Make eyeball. Eyeball. You like this eyeball. Go eyeball. Go eyeball. Go poople. Go poople. Don't have to be same. I'm gonna make no stroke. Make another one. Make it bigger. Make blur. Make behind. Make bigger. Make less apparent. Make smaller. Yeah. And then do glow. Glow circle. Not this guy. This guy. Underneath eyeball here. This one. Other way. This way. Soft light. And then make like this. Like this. Oops. And then like this. Yeah. And then take top and go down. But this one gonna go on top. Yeah, this can go on top, but gonna be less saturated. More bright. Maybe more saturated, just less bright. Actually, take circle. Take circle too. And make it like this. And we make bigger. And then we make light pink. We make soft light. We make go like this. We go like this. We go on top pupil. Go on top pupil. But it gotta go in circle. I don't know if I want highlight in front of eye. Maybe behind eye. No, makes sense. And then do like little dots. Little dots. Think of our boob. Oh, hey, her pets. Oh my god. I'm trying to think. What else would make these eyes pizzazz? Let me go look at Kyrie's art. Kyrie got mega good art eyeballs. Have like hard light in center. So maybe like hard light in center too. Take this guy and then go like center. And make him wider. But then put him here. But cannot see because soft light 50%. But make it brighter. But make up. And then crooked. I think maybe meant squish more because their eyeball more round. My eyeball, or their eyeball more oval. My eyeball more round. This one. Make more round. Maybe make more small. But then eyeball looks so sharp. Kind of like big ball. Maybe big ball but oval. Big ball but oval. And then make this wider. But then make kind of like up here look. Make go on top. But then need this one. Right? Because like oval circle. But eyeball circle. So highlight maybe circle. Or maybe this one be small. And then, cause diamond, like diamond, go like this. What thing? 0.3. And then make rounded edges. And go like this. But maybe put under eyelid. Put like here. I think I like it. And then only other thing need do. Oops. This need go underneath. Eyeball. Nope, go underneath eyeball. And then this one need to be darker. Okay, maybe not like that. Actually, never mind. Never mind. Do like this. Do like this. These. Make big. Make big. And then like this. And then make this color. And then make multiply. Wait, eyeshadow. Make that color. And then this way. And then we have eyeball. Me eyeball, though, me eyelash, not good color. Me think not good color eyelash. Me think eyelash too light. Me fuck up. This one. Not bad. Me kind of want more jet black, though. More jet black. That kind of cute. Now we have I1. And then me be lazy and me just copy paste. Me be lazy. Wait. Take eyeball out. Take these out. And off. And me do line. Go like this. And then I go this way. I go this way then? I go this way? Okay. These go here. And go here. And then look. Eyeball go straight, but then left and down. So I think eyeball go here. I think. Oops. Eyeball go like this. Eyeball go like this. I think eyeball gonna go opposite, so that's this way. But they're not center of face, so got to make center of face. Center of face. And this eyeball then go here. Like these. Nope, that's not how eyeball works. I lie. Where eyeball go? I don't know where the eyeball go. Like that, and then bring eyeball back in. Wait, go back. Maybe I need to stay in. Actually. And then maybe I go in a little bit more because I face I not. And then this one goes out more. No, not flip eyeball. Flip eyeball. I will need to move. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah. And then go in more. Yeah, maybe eyes a little bit big. But cute. I don't know what I'm doing, but it's cute. I think. I do realize that this didn't use any of the brush strokes that I had for this, but I think that's okay. She got me, bang, bang. Maybe do mouth now. Do, do, do. Break curve. Dabra. Reverse curve. Make this not that much. Okay. I think lips are a little bit off. How do lip? How do lip? Do lip very soft. Do lip, do lip like this. Do lip. Ooh, ooh, ooh. But then go inside, then go lip color. But then go underneath mouth curve. I said underneath. I think this gotta come in more. I think makes sense, and then do soft. Make soft. Not make soft. Lip hard. Maybe not do lip yet. Make less cat mouth. Still keep curl up, but less cat. Boy. Yeah. Maybe do face now. Oh, no. There you go. want face a little bit sharper. Not too sharp though. And then close curve, make head top. Yeah. And then skin underneath. Up all night for good fun. No nose yet. No nose, you know? Have no nose. So me make shape of what thing nose like. Oh. We give up. I don't know if I'm doing this right, but I think the vibes are correct. Vibes are a little bit off. Vibes are a ding a ding. And then I do multiply and a little less. Put skin on. Nose. Nose. Oh. Make bridge. I look like I have little kitten snoot. Little mouse snoot. Okay, there you go. I like to get lucky. And then I think I'd round these two. Is it down or up? Isn't it down? It like down. Also maybe higher? No, I don't think so. Me think this side a little bit too far though. Yeah, and then face. Oops. Got nose. But nose maybe not black. Nose this color. And then do another one. But delete this guy. This guy. No, that was right. Yeah. And then this way. Up on the sun. And there. More down. Oops. Skin shade. They both be skin shade though. And both be lighter. Actually, go up. And then other one go up. Is it bottom of nose? Face kind of seem a little off. Maybe because mouth and nose too big. Maybe mouth 2 up. Face 2 up. No. Where's sketch go? Nose and mouth. Nose and mouth. Need bang come down. Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. Do I want to play Minecraft? My cat eat it on computer. Very cute. Actually, honestly, I kind of want to work on that a little bit more. I'll work on it for 30 more minutes, and then I need to at least record my audio for my script. I'm gonna record audio for my script. Okay. Bleep, bleep, bloop. Pressure. New pressure now. Go back up. Maybe even. Hold on. I need to go back to normal marble because I don't know how mouth open. Oh, I'm so small. Hello. Much later. Which is my time. Okay. Oops. And I'm here as mistake. This time I gotta try. If the reason I was. Nah, nah. I need to make an inner mouth. Layer it out. Just pick it from streams. Mother maiden. Inner mouth. Where's inner mouth? Eye bright tongue. Inner mouth. Baby machine. And then make white. Close curve. Big mouth. Do teeth go down? Teeth go up. Oh no. Pretty sure teeth go down. Yeah, teeth go down. And too wide mouth, maybe. Maybe not have curve here as much. More like O mouth. This way. I think make sense. I think this makes sense. Like opened my mouth so I can see how my model does it. Maybe teeth just less strong. Cause mouth a little tilted, you know? Yeah. And a tooth. Dark. Okay. There are people fighting out my window. If they could just not my window. Oh, it's the old lady mad that people are in her spot. Even though it's like first come, first serve, actually, really. There we go. And the eyebrows. I have no eyebrows. Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, me like big eyebrows. Go to big eyebrow. Eh. No faces. Good. Okay. Oh, I didn't put the mouth in there. What? Why is the mouth not on the mouth? Make mouth. Make mouth. What if? Oh. Oh. Like that? Mm. Oh. Oh. Mm. I don't like the curve on this one. The curve on this one is not good. This one. And then this guy. And then flip him. And then. That'll be weird. Yeah. Is the right color? It wasn't, goddammit. 2 close. Then maybe like lip. Oops. And this one comes here. Really want to do a lip, but I don't know if the lip will look good. Go this way. Yeah, I think I like that. There we go. And then I could blur it just a little bit. I'll go with that. I don't want to be happy. Let me look at this art. Maybe do this lip color. And then the outline be this color. Not the worst. Flip them. Not like that. Not like that at all. Not too many things I do. This. Like this. There we go. That's kind of cute. That's kind of cool. There we go. I want lip be fatter. Yeah. Yeah. My skin feel off. Think of what happened. Oh Jesus, what happened? What? Oh! You better save check. Weep. Whoop. Eep. Close curve. multiply. Numbers. And then like this. Wait, the last thing I wanna do. Okay. We gotta do this one. We gotta do that. We gotta do that one. But we do that after we finish this. There we go. And then all these. Oh, except for this guy. Oh. Breaker. Okay. And all these guys from this guy with the pressure of this. I'm pretty good. Gotta modify some things. This one needs to be reversed. I like how far that sticks out. I want this to be a little bit more dramatic. Yeah. Yeah. Position in my face. There we go. Hey, Robin. I'm so sorry. Hey, Robin. And then if I did join destiny and strong. Curve. We'll break down walls like Jericho. Oh man, just make my hair look so light. But then again, we haven't shaded it yet, so maybe it could look better after. Jericho was one time. This guy. Shine curve. Shine curve. Shine curve. Shine curve. Close curve. Flip this one. This one. This guy. So it's very unnecessary. I like it, chat. I like it. How different is this one? Could I finish that? I could finish this. One more. This one. This one. This one. I like that with vectors. I can make them as messy as I want and I can just fix them later. I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. Never wanted in my arms. And are very unnecessary. Only do wanted here. Oh, go. Unnecessary. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. And this guy, and then this guy. Looking pretty good. And then take this guy. Join curve, join curve, join curve, join curve. Flip, boop. Delete. Open. Plop. Alright, turn on the rest of it. This guy. Oh, okay. And I can do like how does the top of my head work? This part of my hair. This is just color, right? Like if I did these two, and I join curves, and close the curve. I kind of don't want to look like I'm like a weird rat, you know? Oops. I think that makes sense. Oop. This to go here. To go here. Hee hee. Chat. I think it's pretty cute. I think it's actually getting there. Oh, I just gotta fix this part. Oop. There you go. Alrighty. Wait, is this correct? I don't want it to come over a bit more, actually. Go here. And then this one go here. And let's go here. And go right there. Go here. I think I just don't like this angle. As much. Yeah. He's looking for takeover chat. I can for you always go to. Oh, comfort you can. Okay. Alright, gotta do this. Okay. So, let's go look up. Let's go look up Spooky. Oop. I can just Let's see. Curious, inspired. I want this. The Beandom welcomes all. Here. Especially those who want to be part of an inclusive space and get fired up, create your heart's most artistic desires. The Beandom welcomes all, especially to those who want to be part of an inclusive space and get fired up. The Beandom welcomes all, especially to those who want to be part of an inclusive space and get fired up to create your heart's most artistic desires. Semi-spree. Is a whole mixed bag of different beans. My brain is off. My wife. Okay. Wait. Semi-spree is a whole mixed bag of different beans, ranging from illustrations, printmaking. Oh, fish ice cream. What kind of ice cream is that? Wait. Not that kind of fish ice cream, right? This is a whole mix of animation. You know it. Live stream. Not milk or whale vomit. Oh, okay. Like fish food? Like fish food? From Ben and Jerry's? Wait. Yeah, Ben and Jerry's fish food? The Japanese. Oh, I love those! The takoyaki fishes? I love those. Those are great. They're my favorite ice cream. Oh, I forgot to switch this. Semi-spree is a whole mixed bag of different beans, ranging from illustration, printmaking, animation, and wouldn't you know it, live streaming. With such wide range of talents and full-hearted nature. Just try anything. And can you not be inspired? There's like one Asian store in town that has them. Luckily, she still has some in the fridge. She split it with me, and I got the head. That got head, bro? Nice. With such a wide range of talent and the full-hearted nature of willing to just try anything at least once, how can you not be inspired? And out in their chat is not only cozy vibes, but silliness. They're being afraid. Silliness. Hanging out in their chat is not only a cozy vibe, but also Hang out in the chat is not only a cozy vibe, but also vibes with silliness and support. Okay, hold on. Semi-Spree is a whole mixed bag of different beans, ranging from illustration, printmaking, animation, and wouldn't you know it, live streaming. With such a wide range of talent and the full-hearted nature of willing to try at anything at least once, how can you not be inspired? That is 2 sentences. Go. Yeah, I just my hand felt weird, like I had a splinter. Weird. Thank you. Pixels gave us fried rice. Hot. I'm not being inspired. There's some format that I think is interesting. I love this. Art is a fish. These are fish. Nope. Hot. Hot. No. I'll be helping to new and old talents. New and experienced. Such a dinner hot. Sorry, a lovely. That's us to sprout. Hot, 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 hot. Oh. Be inspired. Just if you want to be pumped. If you want to be full of inspiration and creativity, I'm done. I'm done and the beandom. On Twitch and Blue Sky. Okay, I want one more sentence in the second to last one, I think. Mm, mm, mm. Even if you're in a bit of an art block, please streams. Either pep in your step. Please. Alright. I think that's pretty good. Nom, 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 nom. Alright, I'm gonna eat a little bit dinner. Let's watch the YouTube video. What YouTube video we're gonna watch? I don't know. Okay, we'll do this one. Frozen versus fast versus fancy food. Mmm. Okay. Ooh. Hello. Mm. Upper middle class. Damn. What? What? I feel like Hasa's gonna do really well though for the price. It does look dry. No. Favorite is it here? Yes. It still looks dry though. Mm. 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 Chicken juice would be big though. Mm. They spin it. Valid. Oh, it's a little dry. Mm-hmm. How's the rice? Amazing. I'm gonna be the cocoa one. Mm-hmm. Man, $36 for half a chicken is crazy. Hmm. Oh. Okay. Hmm. Oops. That's a good price, I feel like, comparatively. Compared compared to Yardbird versus like that one. 36 for half, or that one's like 16 for half. I feel like that's pretty nice. Ooh. Get me. Yeah. Freeze fried for you. I like that she has the chicken at her table. Speaking questionable beginner's friend. Ménage à toi. Omelette du fromage. That does look like a nice steak. Ooh. That second one is scaring me. The Gelson's wine bar. The fact that it's gray makes me so sad. Yeah, that one makes me sad. It's like gray. No. Yeah, it's like a broken spiral. I don't know if I'd want plain fry. I guess it depends on the steak. Because, like, if the steak doesn't have a lot of flavor, then I'd want flavorful fries. But if the steak is flavorful, I probably want some plain fries. Beef is probably the least scary meat to let other people cook. That makes sense. Mmm. Medium rare. That's crazy. That's unfortunate. That's valid. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Medium rare is good. I like that. That is bad. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh no, are they cold? Oh no. Oh. I mean, it's the second to lowest. Well, man, me too. That's crazy. Nanu, hello. Hi, Havoc. Looking desperate for money. Did you know, did you know it's done? And I bet that you won't be able to get through the script without laughing. I bet. Not because I'm funny, that's crazy. Okay, I'm gonna finish watching this section and then I'll look through it. But why? Okay, I think she likes it for the vibe, not the food. Oh, I didn't know that. It's Orkin for hella. Oh, Nanu. Petit toi. His character from Mork and Mindy was Line for Orc. Oh. Oh, my back. My neck. Oh, his character from Mork and Mindy was an alien from Orc. Those fries look like Cisco fry. They do kind of look like Cisco fries. That's unfortunate. I think she likes the vibe of Gelson's more than the food of Gelson's, though. Oh shit, okay. Oh shit. Fuck, okay, well, I will watch that later. Okay. But we got shit to do. We got shit to do, chat. Video producer. Hog? Alright. Oh shit, okay. Got the wonderful and cool. If they serve that brown bread with the oats on it, it's a win for me. That's valid. I've never heard of Gelson's in my life. I've never heard of Gelson's either. Alright. Alright, we gotta start recording stuff. I think, did we do, okay, Kiwi did verify them. Kiwi be verifying this one comes this. Did you know, was it to be done? And Kiwi did look at them already. No more labels. So Kiwi did that one. Kiwi verified that one. Okay. Okie dokie, let's read the did you know one. The Galapagos is home to more than just turtles. This little guy may look cute, but it might just surprise you. Meet the vampire finch. When seeds or insects are running low, this bird is ordering blood takeout from bigger birds like the Nazca and the and blue-footed boobies. Y'all need to save up and go to a Brazilian. I went to a Brazilian steakhouse once because my last job took me to a Brazilian steakhouse. Fuck, bro. It was loud as fuck though. And also, I had a scarf down my dessert because they almost forgot my dessert. It was okay. If I could go and have a more relaxed time, I think I'd like it more. And the meat was good, but it was just a very stressed environment because there was a lot of work people there. Anywho, oh wait, okay. Does Tucanos count? I feel like it does. That sounds familiar, so I want to say probably. What's the languagey? Oh, it's because it's a book bite. Okay, meet the vampire finch. When seeds or insects are running low, this bird is ordering blood takeout from bigger birds like the Nazca and the blue-footed boobies. Not the boobies! Just look at the males. It's like their evolutionary template for... It's like Oh, I skipped a word. Just look at the males. It's like they're the evolutionary template for... It's not just a phase, Mom! Since they don't seem to mind, scientists believe that Since they don't seem to mind, scientists believe that thanks to a symbiotic relationship of finches taking care of the island's boobies insect problems, they eventually developed the largest and sharpest beaks out of all their cousins. If they bring you meat on swords or big-ass skewers, yeah, it counts. Awesome mode. What is up with my leg? I like being weird. Anywho, okay, wait, I can put stuff on it. Idea, instead of a sign-off, do a grayscale close-up of a male fish and play when I was... I like it. Well, shouldn't... Okay, wait. Okay, if we're gonna do that, shouldn't we have the sentence, just look at the males. It's like their evolutionary template is for, it's not just a phase, Mom. And then shouldn't we do, like, the grayscale close-up and then do, like, the when I was a young boy from My Chemical Romance? Shouldn't that go together? Or do you think that... wait. Or are we pacing it separately so that way it's a tie back? Actually, it could be a good tie back. I was thinking of more as a callback. Okay, yeah, no, that's valid. Okay, I want to do this. It's hit by video and then emo bird. Okay. Alright. Sounds good. Thank you, Kiwi. I'll start recording then. I believe Envy was good, right? I think we talked about Envy's one already. Yeah, Envy's was good. So it's just, if you could just check the spree and the roll for fun, I'd really appreciate it. And then you could be off duty, sire. Sorry that you had a migraine today. Thank you so much for your help, though. Alright, my leg itches. I'm very full now. I want to take a nap. I'm gonna go eat. Oh, my wife. Oh my god, no more wait, my wife. It made me so happy. Oh my god. Elena, I brought a new cologne. What kind of cologne? I took half an edible earlier and it's helping now. I'm glad. What kind of cologne did you get? Alright. We'll start with Vibe and Shine. We don't normally start with Vibe and Shine, so I want to start with Vibe and Shine today. Bloop. When your heart was breaking and I've been wrong, I've been down, I'm about to move every bottom. Nope. Here we go. Alright. You know, open my obus. Yes, peas. Launch anyway. I was gonna open 2 of them. Oh shit. I did it. No, chat had opened 2 of them. Profile, blue site, task manager. I fucked up. Okay. Where did the task manager? This one and task. And this one's recording studio. There we go. Alright. Okay. Sorry, my nose is like a little runny because my dinner was spicy. Okay. Saving money and saving money and saving energy. This thrift store pupper is here to give you a good omen towards finding those interesting thrifts. Her name is Teddy, and she's a very good doggo who deserves all the nice cool naps and the store. Her name is Teddy, and she is a very okay, let's redo this. Saving money and saving energy. This thrift store pupper is here to give you a good omen towards finding those interesting thrifts. Her name is Teddy, and she's a very good doggo who deserves all the nice cool naps on the store floor and pets from friendly customers. Honestly, I would just go up and honestly, I would just go to pet this lovely pupper. Speaking of lovely, we have this adorable TikTok user that is just so excited to show off her new bedside lamp. Like, honestly, I was blown away when I saw the warm bulb, and it's such a naturalist vibe. Like, how do you even go around finding decor like that? But it's so nice outside, so why don't we take a trip to the farm where we can see these little piggies dancing with all their snoot. But it's so nice outside, so why don't we take a trip to the farm where we can see these little piggies dancing with their snoots together. It's just so cute, and apparently they actually are showing each other affection to one another as well. That's why piggies do this, and I think it's so cute that my heart is exploding. Cool. I want to put that in there. Yeah, I can put it in. No, that was the wrong program. Excuse me. Puts on fancy glasses. It's called Eros de Parfum by Versace. By Versace. Whoa. That's fancy. That's fancy. What's so fancy? What's so fancy, girl? What's so fancy, girl? 30. This one. No. The highlight. 5 and shine. The stars. 5 and shine template. Got it for Steal at Costco. $4 or $5. Nice. The only parfum that I used to wear, because I don't really go out enough to wear it now, is one that I got from like a small business. And it's called Honey Vanilla Musk. It's one of my favorites because I like smelling like honey and vanilla. I want to smell like a little sweet treat. I want to smell like a little sweet treat. I really like honey scented things. That's why my chapstick is honey scented. Oh, cancel. Okay. Looked it up and thought it was funny what reviewers called it. What did reviewers call it? I did this one multiple times, right? Hold on. Oh, this needs to go up. Oh, And then this needs to go down. Panty dropper said that's crazy. Yeah, this is where we started the thing. Wow, that was hard for me. Like, how can a smell do that? Dude, there's a scent. There's a parfum on TikTok that I want to smell. And they said it smells like a woman, a naked, sexy woman's boobies. I don't know what that means, but I want to smell like that sometimes, if I'm honest. Okay, so become the boo-boo. That's what I'm saying. I want to be the booba. I have no money. But someday I will be the booba, chat. Don't worry, I will smell like the booba. A very sexy woman's booba. Yeah. Alright. Wait, what? Alright, I peeked my mic there. That's fine. Yeah, she'll tell you. There you go. Not bad, chat, not bad. When you get it, run to this and be like, yell at them, smell me. Yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan. Right? If they're like, you don't smell like booba, I will be very disappointed. It comes in a really pretty bottle. TikTok. This one. This one. Very pretty. It's called the Harem Al Satan. Okay, cool. We finished that one. What's next? Okay. This one's done. Straight up Sailor Moon treasure, y'all. We can do Did You Know next. Word. Cool. The Galapagos is home to more than just tortoises. This little guy may look cute, but it might just surprise you. Meet the vampire finch. When seeds or insects are running low, this bird is ordering blood takeout from bigger birds like the Nazca and the blue-footed boobies. Not the boobies. Wait. Not the boobies. Just look at the males. It's like their evolution. Just look at the males. It's like. Just look at the males. It's just. Just look at the males. It's like they're the evolution template for it's not just a phase, mom. Since they don't seem to mind science. Since they don't seem to mind, though, scientists. Oh. Since they don't seem to mind, scientists believe that thanks to the symbiotic relationship of finches taking care of the island's boobies insect problem, they eventually developed the largest and sharpest beaks out of all their cousins. And then one more time. Since they don't seem to mind, scientists believe that since they don't mind, scientists believe that Since they don't seem to mind, scientists believe that thanks to a symbiotic relationship of finches taking care of the island's boobies insect problems, they eventually developed the largest and sharpest beaks. I think I should just... I read it good already, so I'll just... Ah! Oh, wait. Let me turn this off. Ah! Oh, other way. Ah! And then I get yeeted. I get yeeted out of here. Oh, I didn't record any of that! Fuck. Okay. The Galapagos is home to more than just tortoises. This little guy may look cute, but it might just surprise you. Meet the vampire finch. When seeds or insects are Meet the vampire finch. When seeds or insects are running low, this bird is ordering blood takeout from its bigger birds like the Nazca and the blue-footed boobies. Not the boobies! Just look at the males. It's like they're Just look at the males. It's like they're the evolutionary template for it's not just a phase, mom. Since they don't seem to mind, scientists believe that thanks to their symbiotic relationship of finches taking care of the... Since they don't seem to mind, scientists believe that thanks to a symbiotic... Since they don't seem to mind, scientists believe that Since they don't seem to mind, scientists believe that thanks to a symbiotic relationship of finches taking care of the island... Since they don't seem to mind, scientists believe that thanks to a symbiotic relationship of finches taking care of the island's boobies insects problem, they'll eventually develop the largest and sharpest beaks out of all of their cousins. And then... Whoa! Now we're good. Must press the record button, I know. I'm a silly goober. Did you know... sent you the bottle. Oh my god, that's a fancy ass bottle. That's a fancy ass bottle you got there. This one. Did you know? Number 8. Yes. Number 8. Okay. And this one. About confidence, baby. Line clips. Okay, do it. I should have said that. Okay, let me... Oh, that was good. That was a good take. This one. I scooted it over. So this guy gotta go here. I gotta scoop over. Huh? I'm to the rest of that recording. Okay, but it's fine. I can retake. Since they don't seem to mind, scientists believe that thanks to a symbiotic relationship of finches taking care of the island's boobies insects problem, they Since they don't seem to mind, scientists believe that thanks to a symbiotic relationship of finches taking care of the island's boobies insect problem, they eventually developed the largest and sharpest. Since they don't seem to mind, scientists believe that thanks to the symbiotic relationship of finches taking care of island boobies insects problems, they eventually will develop the largest and sharpest beaks out of all of their cousins. Okay. Hopefully that one did go because I don't know what happened to a habitat. Still recording. Okay. Of a hostile be late for work. And this and this. And then yeah, okay, cool. Oh, I wanna know what the hell do I do? Hey, wait a minute, do we have to stop this? Okay. Okay. You know, go for fun. And crossed out the love for cleaning needs more. What? I'll do that one last. Okay. I'll do this one. Oh, there's a comment this. Like a cheat code for touching grass. Oh, I like that. Okay. B stars. B stars. Right. Actually, I want more glasses for this one. Welcome, rogues, rulers, and rowdy companions to the Golden Flock Adventurers Guild, ran by our leader, Envy. Be warned, their mane may be soft, but their teeth are certainly sharp. Could they be a wolves in sheep clothing or sheep in wolf's clothing? You'll have to tune in to find out. Filling the guild with memorable moments and fun, Envy's adventures through the worlds of games like Peak and Elden Ring. Filling the guild with memorable moments and fun, Envy adventures through the worlds of games like Peak and Elden Ring with their friends. All of those guild jobs can be tiring, so after a long day of big work for little pay, come sit by the fire and chat about life and any other chaos that may come up. If you're craving even more of this fluffy sheep, you can also see what they're up. If you're craving even more of this fluffy sheep, you can also see what they're up to in their indie group V Beast. Our brave and wonderful guild leaders' looks were handcrafted by Capri Kent and Lich VT. Cool. Easy on the eyes. Nice try. My eyes. Real face and it's ugly as sin. I wanna go out of my veins. You ready for the takedown? And the pieces with no one to pay. You want to take time. You said to do like a little bit on. I don't think you're really gonna take time. I'm Momo Bean. There you go. I'm just gonna cross these out. So we did you know? We did V stars and we did vibe and shine. So we just need to do V highlight and roll. Okay. Save project as semi-spree. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Not that one. There you go. Now I use my new plate set for dinner. You got a new plate set. What's it look like? You posted? I want to see what the new plate set looks like. Alright. Okay. The Beandom welcomes all, especially to those who want to be part of an inclusive space and get fired up to create your heart's most artistic desires. Semi-Spree is a whole mixed bag of different beans rated from illustrations, printmaking, animation, and wouldn't you know it, live streaming. With such a wide range of talent and their full-hearted nature of willing to just try anything at least once, how can you not be inspired? Spree is a happy helping new hand to experienced and new artists. Spree is a happy helping hand to new and experienced artists, making it such a lovely place for beans like us to sprout. Like a cheat code for touching grass, their streams are always as refreshing in the sun and may bring that pep back in your step, or at the very least keep you company. If you want to be drawn full of inspiration and creativity, be sure to stop by Beandom over on If you want to be drawn full of inspiration and creativity, be sure to stop by Beandom over If you want to be drawn full of inspiration and creativity, be sure to stop by the Beandom over on Twitch and Blue Sky. I think that makes sense. Thank you for the head pat. Okay. This one, and then this one, and then we go back, and then we go back, and then we go here, and then we go here, and then I have one more script to record, and then I'm gonna go take a nap. And by nap, I mean go bed. Because I have therapy tomorrow. I'm so excited. Apply. Go away. Oh, link closed. I have to be up early tomorrow. Okay. Ooh. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Okay. Oh, I keep pressing Control instead of Alt. Oh, heck. Come back. Look out. You little freak. Oh my god. Cool. Awesome. We're all good, Barn Boss. Thank you, Kiwi. Do. Logging. Suggestion personally, I have love of cleaning and this is that chalked up in a nice neat design for this game. Jumping for joy and at every sound in my room. I can't wait to share this. Ah. Let's see. Yeah, I think we'll keep what Kiwi said. I think I overworded it. It was fine. Alright, eyeglasses. Alright, one more, chat. One more. For roll for fun, do I name them? I named them. Okay. Makes sense. Same project as. Oh shit. The brain's tired. Okay. My Gam left me a fortune. Oh wait. My Gam left me a fortune in this mansion. The only thing I gotta do is clean it up, and I'm rich. And then. Ah! Okay. Created by the devs of. Created by the devs of Lunch Lady comes this thrilling game where you want to clean every corner, but also have all your special. What? Created by the devs of Lunch Lady comes this thrilling game where you want to clean every corner, but also save your special bits from the terrors. This is no ordinary cleanup job. This is no ordinary cleanup job. You are tasked with cleaning up paranormal locations, unclog dirty toilets, and scrub ectoplasm, but don't get caught by the entities that are hunting you. Personally, I have the tism where a love of cleaning meets horror, and this is just that, chalked up in a nice, neat satanic circle. This game had me jumping for joy and at every sound. This game had me jumping for joy and at every sound in my room, and I can't wait to share the sudsy screams with 3 of my friends. If you're looking for something that's a bit of a mix between Power Wash Simulator and Phasmophobia, I'd highly recommend picking up this game today. Paranormal Cleanup is currently out on Steam, so you and your friends can pick it up and get on your knees. Okay. Pop. My recording OBS has stopped responding, and that worries me. Please respond. I wonder if I can move the file, that means it saved it correctly, but if I can't, then it won't. I'll probably have to do it again. No. Did this actually do anything? Lunch Lady is part of her bad horror games. That's valid. I think it crashed, so I didn't save it. Okay. Dash okay, I'll do it again. I'll do it again. Okay. Oh, that beginning bit. I don't want to do the beginning again. Recording studio. Okay. My Gamgan left me a fortune in this mansion. The only thing I gotta do is clean it up and I'm rich. Ah! Created by the devs of Lunch Lady comes this thrilling game where you want to clean every corner but also save all your... Created by the devs of Lunch Lady comes this thrilling game where you want to clean every corner but also save your special bits from the terrors. This is no ordinary cleanup job. You are tasked with cleaning up paranormal locations, unclog dirty toilets, and scrub ectoplasm, but don't get caught by the entities that are hunting you. Personally, I have the tism where a love of cleaning meets horror, and that is... Personally, I have that tism where a love of cleaning meets horror, and this is that chalked up in a nice, neat satanic circle. This game had me jumping for joy and at every sound in my room, and I can't wait to share the sudsy scream with 3 of my friends. If you're looking for something that's a bit of a mix between Power Wash Simulator and Phasmophobia, I'd highly recommend picking up this game today. Paranormal Cleanup is currently out on Steam, so you and your friends can pick it up and get on your knees. Okay. Okay, did it. Pog. It was like stuttering again, I was worried. Okay. Oh, Lunch Lady looks really scary. I don't know if little bean me could handle it. I'm not very good at handling horror. My tummy hurt earlier because of it, but then again, I did just eat a big snack, so it's like, Wait, what? Wow, it only saved half of my script. That's crazy. That's crazy. All right. What was the last thing I said? This is no ordinary cleanup job. You are tasked with cleaning up paranormal locations, unclog dirty toilets, and scrub ectoplasm, but don't get caught by entities that are hunting you. Personally, I have that tism where a love of cleaning meets horror, and this is that, chalked up in a nice neat. Personally, I have that tism where a love of cleaning meets horror, and this is that, chalked up in a nice neat test. Personally, I have that tism where a love of cleaning meets horror, and this is that, chalked up in a nice, neat satanic circle. This game had me jumping for joy and at every sound in my room, and I can't wait to share the sudsy screen with 3 of my friends. If you're looking for something that's a bit of a mix between Power Wash Simulator and Phasmophobia, I'd highly recommend picking up this game today. Paranormal Cleanup is currently out on Steam, so you and your friends can pick it up and get on your knees. Okay, that one didn't crash. Hopefully that just stayed good. Either this one or this one. Okay. Cool. Cool. Save. Cool. Save. Alright, I think that's everything now. Let me make sure. Paranormal cleanup. Bop. Bop. Done, done, done. Yeah, and I just did this one too. Cool. Alrighty. I think that's where I'm gonna end for today, because now I have a headache. Alrighty. One thing I did forget really quick. Open reset to do. I'm just gonna reset these guys. Boop. Still occasion side. And do the highlight. Vibe and shine. Did you know? And then Wednesday we're not doing much, so we can do 2 on Wednesday and 2 on Thursday, I feel like. Is my plan. Alrighty. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. Thank you. I'm gonna play a different song. Alright. Thank you guys for hanging out. We're gonna go raid Mew. Mew still doing stuff? Mew is still doing stuff. Okay. We're gonna go raid Mew. Could Mew play horror game? Good night, Ghosty. Go have fun with my wife. I love you guys so much. I'll be back here again tomorrow. Same stuff, different day. Well, technically kind of different stuff. It's technically different stuff because we're editing stuff. But thank you for Swim. Thank you for hanging out. And thank you for your help, Kiwi. Thank you for your help, Kiwi, with the scripts. I appreciate you. Alright, you guys go have fun. Here's a red message. You don't have to use it. You know the drill. You don't have to use it, but if you want to, I'd appreciate it because, you know, it'd be cool. It'd be cool if you did, you know? Alright. I love you guys. Good night. Good night.